The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 17, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Keith Self to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue past 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most important responsibilities as a member of Congress is helping the residents of Michigan's 12th District get through everyday challenges and issues that their families are going through. Creating neighborhood service centers has been the most effective way to change the lives of our residents immediately. From the moment I took office, I made a commitment to be accessible and responsive to those everyday challenges and needs. And the way I've done it is my team and I now operate what we call our neighborhood service centers in both Wayne and Oakland County. Through the neighborhood service centers, we have returned over $5.2 million in constituent services directly back into the pockets of our neighbors. Because of this incredible work of our casework team and neighborhood service centers, our senior veteran in Detroit, for instance, was able to come into our office to apply for assistance to stop the garnishment of his Social Security payments and receive assistance to wipe out an outstanding $8,161 that, again, they were garnishing. Another family in Inkster, for instance, was under a threat of losing their home, but due to the work, again, of the neighborhood service centers, they were able to receive over $5,000 in property tax assistance to keep them in their homes. Again, the neighborhood service center has been able to change lives immediately. Recently, my team and I also ran a constituent services fair in Wayne County and had the opportunity to help more than 50 residents directly with constituent casework. We are humbled by the opportunity to serve each of our residents in the 12th Congressional District every single day. I will continue to fight for a thriving, inclusive, prosperous community for all of us through the neighborhood service centers. And again, I will always have their back. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Fire Captain Joe Dykelbauer for his 25 years of service with the Dearborn Fire Department in Michigan's 12th District strong. Our captain began his career as a firefighter with the Dearborn Fire Department in 1998. Over the years, he rose steadily through the ranks from fire engineer to lieutenant and ultimately the captain. Captain Joe has been steadfast in his service and commitment to the community. Throughout his career, he has earned many awards for his outstanding service. He has been recognized multiple times, Mr. Speaker, for his service, bravery, and working to really, truly change people's lives and also save them. Over the past nearly 3 decades, Captain Joe has put his life on the line for others to serve our community, and we commend him for his service and wish him a happy retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the recent progress made towards peace in Yemen and to highlight what we need to be doing right now to support the Yemeni people. The recent progress and statements from those involved offer new hope that peace in Yemen is possible, but obstacles remain that require careful engagement, thoughtful engagement from this Congress and our President. This is why today Congressman Ro Khanna and I are leading over 30 of our colleagues in a letter to the President and his team that address the Yemeni issue, outlining how the U.S. should engage with peace process to maximize a chance at success. Now more than ever, Mr. Speaker, the U.S. must push hard to ensure that the blockade is completely lifted. Critically, while peace negotiations are ongoing, the U.S. must not obstruct peace by offering further military assistance, weapons, or security guarantees to any country while, again, trying to maintain its support for the UN arms embargo. The message needs to be crystal clear. No aid of any kind will be considered while Yemen starves. If this diplomatic process breaks down, my colleagues and I are prepared to introduce new legislation to end this awful war. As always, we cannot allow our hope for current peace talks to distract us from the massive ongoing humanitarian crisis. Mr. Speaker, 14.8 million Yemenis are on the verge of starvation. It cannot wait for life-saving humanitarian aid from the international community. A month ago, I led 24 of our colleagues requesting at least $1.2 billion to U.S. humanitarian aid to Yemen in the upcoming budget. I repeat that call here today. This is our moment, colleagues. Let's call for peace, stretch out a helping hand, and be there for the Yemeni people when they need us most. Thank you, and I yield.
Virginia, Mr. Good, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 288th birthday of Amelia County, Virginia. Located in the rolling hills of Virginia's southern Piedmont region, Amelia County was founded in 1735 and named in honor of Princess Amelia, the daughter of King George II. Amelia County has since contributed to the rich history of the United States, appropriate for it being located in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the most historic of all states. In fact, the Speaker of the House of Representatives from 1843 to 1845 for the 28th Congress, John Winston Jones, was born in Amelia County. During World War II, the county's Moorfield mine provided significant strategic minerals that were very important to the American successful war effort. And just a few days ago, on May 13, I was honored to be able to join Amelia County for its annual Amelia Day Festival to celebrate the historic founding of this great county, now 288 years old. Members from the Amelia County Public Schools Band, Amelia County Chorus, and the Amelia County High School Chorus performed to commemorate this wonderful occasion. I'm proud to represent the great people of Amelia County, and I appreciate all they contribute to Virginia's 5th District and our great Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend our Speaker and this House, this very body, for negotiating and passing a responsible bill to raise the debt limit in exchange for spending cuts and reforms. While the White House and the Senate stood on the sidelines for 90 days, this very body came together and negotiating a debt limit increase. While many of our members did not want to increase the debt limit, but we negotiated that with responsible and reasonable spending cuts and reforms. Democrats in the White House and here in Congress would, if they had their way, they'd raise the debt ceiling by some $4 trillion with no reforms or spending cuts, promising to do what Washington never does and cut spending in some future undefined date. Certainly, a default will occur. A default will occur if we continue on the current track and we can no longer borrow, we can no longer sell our debt, we can no longer service our debt. Republicans here in the House are determined not to let this happen, and that's why we have done our job. What have we passed out of this House? Returning spending to pre-COVID levels for non-defense discretionary spending. We put 1% caps on future growth in spending. We've eliminated hundreds of billions of dollars in woke climate environmental extremism that's in the phony Inflation Increase Act and the phony Inflation Reduction Act. We have eliminated the $500 billion student loan transfer scheme, eliminated the expansion of the IRS, and rescinded unspent COVID funds, which are tens of billions of dollars more. Most Americans understand those are reasonable, and all of those should be rescinded and eliminated. We've also reinstated work requirements for able-bodied Americans of working age without dependents in return for federal assistance. This is important not just to save tens of billions of dollars, but also to grow our economy and get back to the Trump growth of 3 to 4% a year instead of the Biden growth of 1% a year. We've got the REINS Act, which will require a floor vote on every significant rule or regulation coming out of the regulatory bodies, the unaccounted bureaucrats who run our agencies and departments. We've also got H.R. 1, our energy bill, which will return to American energy independence, which is critical for our national security as well as our economic security. Default will not happen June 1 or any time thereafter unless it is willfully caused by the Secretary of Treasury, who chooses not to prioritize payments towards the obligations on our debt, Social Security, Medicare, our veterans, and our defense. Matter of fact, I authored a letter to Secretary Yellen, joined by many of my colleagues, asking what is her plan to ensure we don't have a default and to prioritize spending. What will happen if we don't raise the debt ceiling is you would have the forced reduction of $100 billion on a monthly basis in discretionary spending. Democrats in the House and the Senate and in the White House will not allow that to happen. We need to hold the line and have the Senate pass the Save, Limit, Grow Act, which was passed 3 weeks ago in this very body, do their job, avoid whatever consequences there might be for reaching the debt limit. And what we ought to do actually in this House body, rather than negotiate down and weaken the bill that we've passed, we ought to be adding H.R. 2, our border security bill, as we see the hundreds of thousands on a monthly basis that are invading our country as a result of this president's border policies. I applaud my House colleagues for doing our job to protect the financial integrity of the United States, which is our #1 responsibility as the House of Representatives, and passing this responsible spending bill that will avoid any consequence from not raising the debt limit and will put us on a path to future fiscal responsibility. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Republicans released their proposed agricultural funding bill this morning, and there is no doubt that they are ready to cut nutrition benefits. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to defend the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. When I worked my way through college, I used assistance, called food stamps at the time, so I would have enough to eat. And my experience is not unique. More than 34 million people in the United States are food insecure. Every day, millions of Americans rely on SNAP to help them put food on the table for themselves and for their families. SNAP is our most effective anti-hunger program, and we should be improving its vital benefits. Unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle are doing the opposite. Under the House Republicans' budget bill, which should be called the Default on America Act, many people across the country, including many seniors, will lose access to this critical assistance. My colleagues claim their benefit cuts will get people back to work and reduce our national debt. But taking food assistance away from vulnerable Americans will not help anyone find work. It will just make them hungry. And balancing the budget on the backs of low-income seniors, it's shameful. Unlike the Default in America Act, the bill I will soon introduce will increase access to SNAP benefits for our nation's most vulnerable seniors. My Senior Hunger Prevention Act will reduce food insecurity and raise the value of SNAP benefits so seniors can live and age with dignity. Additionally, the first bill I introduced this Congress is designed to eliminate barriers for college students accessing SNAP benefits. Students of any age can't learn when they're hungry, and we know that they're more likely to succeed in the classroom when they're not worried about where their next meal's coming from. So, Mr. Speaker, strengthening SNAP should not be a partisan issue. I also support the bills that several of our colleagues have introduced that will improve our food security programs. Following last year's White House Conference on Hunger, and as we consider the Farm Bill, Congress must make it a priority to get assistance to those who need it most. We're at a critical moment to take action to end hunger, and the Default of America on America Act is not the answer. We must strengthen SNAP, not cut it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend Montana's brave men and women in uniform and honor those who have fallen in the line of duty. This National Police Week, I want to recognize law enforcement officer who has gone above and beyond the call of duty. Cascade County Sheriff Jesse Slaughter has been an outspoken advocate for the safety of our students and teachers. Instead of being a bystander to the tragedies occurring at schools across the nation, Sheriff Slaughter took action to prevent this in a community he swore to protect and serve. Last year, he laid out a plan to hire and train special service officers to defend our schools and protect our children. Sheriff Slaughter's plan may soon serve as a blueprint to secure schools across the country, and his leadership is absolutely a model for those in law enforcement. As the brother-in-law of 3 former Baltimore City police officers, my family and I know the sacrifices that come with that job. I want to thank Sheriff Slaughter for his dedication, and I want to thank law enforcement officers across the country who put their lives on the line every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently the United States has considered issuing a central bank digital currency. CBDCs are digital liabilities issued by a central bank and made available to the public. The implications for the United States dollar as the world's reserve currency and for domestic fiscal and monetary policy of a U.S. CBDC are hotly debated by experts. What should not be controversial, however, is that the Federal Reserve, Treasury, and all other executive agencies cannot issue a CBDC without explicit authorization from Congress. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution grants that power to, quote, coin money and to regulate the value thereof exclusively to Congress. Under Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act, the Fed can issue, quote, Federal Reserve notes, end quote. But CBDCs are not Federal Reserve notes. The law restricts Federal Reserve notes to paper notes printed on plates and dies engraved by the Treasury Department according to a detailed process that clearly does not apply to digital money. The Federal Reserve has consistently recognized that it lacks authority to issue a CBDC without congressional authorization. The Fed published a report on CBDCs in January 2022 and said it would not issue a CBDC without, quote, clear support from Congress, quote, in the form of a specific authorizing law. Fed Chair Powell has personally affirmed that view on multiple occasions since the report was published. For example, last September, he said during a panel discussion on digital finance that the Fed will need approval from both the executive branch and Congress to move ahead with a central bank digital currency. Although the Fed understands that it cannot issue a CBDC without authorization from Congress, some commentators continue to suggest that legislation may not be necessary. They are wrong. The framers of the Constitution understood the importance of a strong and stable national currency, which is why they granted Congress the exclusive power to coin money and regulate its value. Congress must not forfeit this power, which is why I am introducing the Power to Mint Act. This bill clearly prohibits the Federal Reserve and the Treasury Department from issuing a CBDC without authorization from Congress. I thank my friend Representative French Hill, who is the chairman of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Inclusion on the Financial Services Committee, for his work with me on this bill, and I recognize Mr. Hill for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the gentleman from Massachusetts for having the third child join his family in this past week. We congratulate the Auchinclosses on that. And I rise in strong support of the gentleman from Massachusetts' bill, Power of the Mint Act. I want to thank him for our partnership in introducing the first bipartisan bill in this House to prohibit the Federal Reserve from issuing a central bank digital currency or a CBDC. We believe together that the Constitution, the authority rests solely with Congress and the American people, not unelected bureaucrats. And that's a nonpartisan view. Something that sets America apart from others is that we're rebelliously independent and skeptical of government overreach. It's a cultural tradition in this country that's been passed down from our founders. I want to compliment the gentleman for having a portrait of Alexander Hamilton in his office, indicating his strong support of the Constitution's views on money. Recently, the only time my constituents from Central Arkansas call me about digital assets is when they're worried about Uncle Sam going to use a central bank digital currency to surveil where they're spending money and how much, and ultimately block them from using the banking and payment system. Instead, we're working collaboratively on a bicameral, bipartisan basis to believe that innovation belongs in the private sector. And that's why we have this coalition working in both the House Agriculture Committee and the House Financial Services Committee to craft a regulatory framework that preserves Americans' privacy, preserves American competitiveness, and puts America in the right form for digital future in money. Americans have that right to financial privacy, and that's why I'm proud to support the gentleman from Massachusetts' bill, and I yield back to him.
Thank you, for and leadership on this subject. The benefits that the United States enjoys due to the dollar's global reserve status have been called a, quote, exorbitant privilege, but that privilege rests in part upon scrupulous observance of the rule of law in how we regulate our currency. The power of the mint reinforces the rule of law by emphasizing Congress's authority to control the future of the dollar. I urge my colleagues to co-sponsor my bill and keep the power to authorize new currency with Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Louisiana, Ms. Ledlow, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, we passed House Resolution 363 that I proudly introduced with Representative Michael Guest, memorializing law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. I joined 110 of my colleagues recognizing and commemorating the ultimate sacrifices made by our law enforcement officers. Honoring our officers is not just an act of appreciation. It is a fundamental responsibility of all citizens throughout this great nation. Our police officers are the very sentinels who selflessly dedicate their lives in the pursuit of preserving the safety and security of the citizens they are committed to protecting. They stand as a brave shield between us and danger, strengthening the foundation of our communities and embodying the very best of our society. Today, I would like to take a moment to honor 5 courageous heroes from my home state of Louisiana who paid the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Walter Jr. with the Cameron Parish Sheriff's Department, Trey Copeland with the Cotton Valley Police Department, William Collins Jr. with the Doyline Police Department, Nicholas Tullier with the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office, and Louis Estee with the St. Charles Parish Sheriff's Office. I ask everyone to join me in praying for these officers and their families who put their lives on the line each day for every American. As we pay our respects and honor these brave heroes for their ultimate sacrifice, let us all commit to supporting and uplifting the women and men who wear the badge each day. Let us teach our children, as well as future generations, the critical mission that law enforcement personnel undertake in service to our beloved cities and our communities. Today, let us respect, let us honor, and let us remember these fallen heroes. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you to honor an extraordinary individual who has dedicated over 50 years of his life to public service in the great state of Louisiana. That person is my good friend, State Representative Francis Thompson, the longest-serving state legislator in Louisiana history and one of the longest-serving in our country. Representative Thompson was born and raised in his hometown of Delhi, Louisiana, right in the heart of Richland Parish. Thompson was first elected to the Richland Parish School Board in 1968 before winning a special election for District 19 in the Louisiana House in 1975. Voters have re-elected Thompson 11 times since then, serving 12 years in the state Senate and 37 years and counting in the state House. His unwavering commitment to North Louisiana and our state is remarkable. From the halls of the state legislature, Representative Thompson has been a strong and unwavering voice for North Louisiana, and throughout his distinguished career, he has championed crucial issues such as education, economic development, healthcare, and infrastructure, always striving to improve the lives of those he serves. Representative Thompson's leadership and experience have been invaluable in shaping legislation that addresses the unique challenges faced by Louisiana, and his extensive knowledge and understanding of the intricacies of governance have earned him the respect of his peers and colleagues on both sides of the aisle. But not only his legislative achievements make Representative Thompson a remarkable public servant. As a former educator, he possesses a rare quality, the ability to connect with people on that personal level. And throughout the years, Representative Thompson has been a true friend to those that he serves. He is known for his accessibility, his willingness to listen, and his genuine care and empathy, and has touched the hearts of so many, creating lasting bonds that will extend far beyond politics. As we reflect on Representative Thompson's lifelong commitment to public service, let us acknowledge his unwavering dedication to our great state of Louisiana. He's an exemplary leader, a tireless advocate, and a true champion for the people of North Louisiana, and it is with great respect and gratitude that we acknowledge his remarkable contributions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the polycrisis, the new term of art that people are using to describe what has happened globally in terms of a global pandemic, followed by global supply chain issues, followed by global inflation, and underscored by the war in Ukraine. That has created incredible havoc here in this country. And of course, the group that is impacted the most are people over the age of 65. Here in the United States, with slightly over 1 million people who have succumbed to the pandemic, 850,000 plus have been over the age of 65. The same group, Mr. Speaker, is impacted by inflation. Inflation hurts people on fixed income the most. Those are people on Social Security, who are Social Security recipients. And here in this chamber, we play games. We're in the midst of signing a discharge petition to make sure that we lift the debt limit. Mr. Speaker, we did that 3 times under the Trump administration without angst or fanfare. And yet here, for the group that is most impacted by this polycrisis, this global crisis, this is as though China and Russia are looking on and cheering this side of the aisle for their efforts to default on the full faith and credit of the United States government. And who will that hurt the most again? That will hurt people over the age of 65 and people that are on Social Security and Medicare and veterans who won't be able to get their checks. And why? To make a political point? This is the United States of America. We need to stand up and do the right thing for the American people, and that starts with taking care of our own. It's been more than 52 years since Congress has enhanced Social Security. And this pandemic and this ensuing inflation have hurt this group the most. There are more than 5 million of our fellow Americans who get below poverty level checks from their government for Social Security, something they paid into all of their lives. And contrary to the belief on the other side, this is not an entitlement. This is an earned benefit. This is what people have paid for. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security, and Congress twiddles and diddles here. We need to pass an enhanced Social Security bill now. As Martin Luther King said, it's the fierce urgency of now. These people need this relief today. This is not the time for political gamemanship. Now is the time to act. I implore my colleagues on the other side, don't be frozen in the ice of your own indifference towards the people of this nation who need this help and relief and need it now. Let's come together as a body and do what President Reagan did, and do what President Eisenhower did, and do what President Nixon did, and come together and enhance Social Security on behalf of the citizens of this country. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's radical open border agenda has resulted in the worst border crisis in our nation's history. Since taking office, this administration's policies have led to over 5 million encounters at our southern border, and more than 1.3 million illegal immigrants have evaded apprehension. CBP has seized over 38,000 pounds of fentanyl, and yet President Biden would have you believe that the border is secure. Exacerbating an already dire situation in just the first 72 hours since Title 42 ended, over 14,000 illegal aliens were apprehended. Title 42 was vital in curbing illegal immigration, allowing for swift deportation of anyone crossing our border illegally. While the administration continues to ignore this crisis, House Republicans have taken immediate action. I was proud to support H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which passed the House last week. H.R. 2 upholds Republicans' commitment to a nation that is safe and a border that is secure, by restarting construction of the border wall, increasing Border Patrol agents, strengthening the asylum process, and much more. The White House kept asking us, asking Congress, when are you going to pass legislation to address illegal immigration? Well, folks, the House passed it, H.R. 2, and we've taken action. It's the most comprehensive immigration bill passed out of the House in over 40 years. Democrats and President Biden need to wake up and obey the law, the current law. Constituents back home asked me, said, how is this happening? We have laws on the books. In other words, if you enter this country illegally, even if you prove asylum, you have to show up for a court date. Now, those court dates are some 5 to 10 years down the road now, and but you have to show up for that court date. If you're here, if you don't get the asylum ruling, you have to return to your home country for 10 years before you can enter this country legally again. These are laws that are on the books right now. In other words, you have to be, you have to remain at the border and await that court date. Putting people out into this country, giving them free health care and other assistance is not in accordance with the current laws on the books. I will finish with this. Border security is national security. And Mr. President, you're Commander-in-Chief. Let's fix this problem, and I yield back.
Recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Captor, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call attention to an executive branch decision that will have significant negative impact on the U.S. domestic solar industry, including in Northwest Ohio, the home of the largest domestic solar production platform on this continent. Last week, the U.S. Treasury issued initial guidance allowing solar project developers to qualify for a 10% domestic content bonus, even if the solar panels they use are made with foreign silicon wafers, 97% of which are produced in, guess where? China. The new interpretation of the domestic content bonus established as part of the Inflation Reduction Act squanders a rare and critical opportunity to spur the renaissance of an end-to-end domestic solar manufacturing supply chain. It also ultimately rewards those who cut corners, offshore U.S. jobs, and buy cheaper subcomponents produced in China. This administration must not allow China to undercut domestic manufacturers and American workers. And we all know how that's done with China's predatory practices. Take steel. What China does is produce 4 times what the globe consumes annually in steel, and then they strategically dump, including here, and drive down prices and drive out domestic manufacturing. We know the gig. We can't accept it. Giving additional tax benefits to predatory practices and those who strategically cut corners to undermine fair trade means we can't reward their bad behavior. When a product is given the benefit of being called American-made, that should include all steps and stages in the production process and its supply chain, including those silicate-based chips. Made in the USA means made in the USA. Pay attention, Biden administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Woman is recognized. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise to defend freedom. On May 17th, International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia, we must reaffirm that all Americans, no matter who they love, where they are, or how they identify, deserve to live their lives free from discrimination and hate. Since the start of 2023, state legislatures across the country have proposed over 400 anti-LGBTQI+ laws, including right here in the House. That's a record high, and it's unacceptable. When extremist politicians target Americans' freedom of expression, the safety of transgender students, and access to health care, we cannot remain silent. As a member of the LGBTQ+ Equality Caucus, I am working to root out hate and discrimination in all its forms. Californians know that our state's diversity is its strength. We in Congress owe it to ourselves, to our children, and to our communities to create a future in which every American, no matter their sexual orientation or gender identity, can live their lives to the fullest. I rise today to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Orange Coast College's Puente program. California is home to the largest Latino population in the country, but too many barriers keep Latino students from getting college degrees and the keys to their future. To level the playing field, the Puente program helps California's underserved students transfer into a 4-year college that helps unlock more opportunities. In the Puente program, students work with counselors to refine study skills, develop action plans, and explore career options. They also sharpen their writing and college-level courses and meet with mentors to learn about life after graduation. For the thousands who are the first in their families to go to college, the Puente program is a game changer. I'm honored to celebrate this incredible milestone, the 30th anniversary, and to share the work that the Puente program does for our students and communities in Orange County. Health goes beyond physical health. It includes mental health, too. During Mental Health Awareness Month, I'm renewing my push to get Americans compassionate and effective care. Mental illness can be far-reaching, and just as people of all ages, races, and genders get colds and take medicine, they can also become sick and need treatment for their mental health. I'm reintroducing several bills to deliver help. The Mental Health Justice Act would send healthcare professionals to respond to mental health emergencies in lieu of police. The Student Mental Health Rights Act would better protect college students. The Behavioral Health Coverage Transparency Act would crack down on big insurance for failing to cover mental health adequately. I'm proud to represent a community that understands the importance of mental health. I applaud innovative organizations like Be Well OC that meet people in our community, reduce barriers and stigma, and help people get behavioral care. I will continue to be a partner in their efforts during Mental Health Awareness Month and year-round. Americans' confidence in the Supreme Court is at a record low. That's no surprise when justices hide that billionaires take them on luxurious yacht and private jet trips, buy land from them, and pay their dependents private boarding school tuition. Our justices are failing to live up to the ethical standards we expect from the highest court in our land. The problem is not that the Supreme Court is just conservative. The problem is that it's corrupt. We have 870 federal judges across this country, and a basic code of ethical conduct is enforced against all of them, except 9. Our Supreme Court justices. To restore confidence in the court, we must root out conflicts of interest, strengthen judicial transparency, and firmly establish a code of ethics. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, if we cherish our institutions, we must reform and strengthen them. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1962, President John F. Kennedy put forth a joint resolution recognizing Peace Officers Memorial Day as May 15th. And on May 15th of this year, the nation came together to pause and recognize officers who have been killed in the line of duty. 2 of those officers who were recognized are from Ohio's 13th Congressional District and served honorably in the Akron Police Department. Those officers, Kenneth Kenny Jones and Officer Edward Stewart, affectionately known as Stu, were both recognized on May 15th of this year. Officer Kenny Jones was a dedicated officer who selflessly served Akron and protected our citizens with courage and commitment. Officer Jones was a lifelong Akron resident who attended Garfield High School and the University of Akron. A graduate of the Akron Police Academy, Officer Jones was with the Akron Police Department for nearly 26 years. Officer Jones exemplified the very essence of what it means to be a public servant. Day in and day out, he served his community, embodying the values of integrity, honor, and duty. Officer Jones went above and beyond to build bridges of trust and understanding within the Akron community, and his colleagues noted that he always had a smile on his face, and he would even pray for and with strangers that he served in the community. Officer Jones was also a leader to his fellow officers who looked up to him not only because he was a towering 6'5", but because he served as a role model on how to treat people with respect and kindness. Sadly, Officer Jones' life was tragically cut short, and this unexpected loss reminds us of the sacrifices our law enforcement officers make, often facing unforeseen dangers and enduring stress while on the job. On behalf of the entire Ohio 13th District community, I extend my deepest condolences to Officer Jones' family, his friends, his colleagues. His unwavering service and dedication will forever be remembered, and the joy he brought to the community will never be forgotten. Officer Edward Stewart, also affectionately known as Stu. Stu was a longtime veteran of the Akron Police Department who also dedicated his life to humbly protecting and serving the people of Akron. Officer Stewart began his career as a civilian employee in 1993 before pursuing his passion and joining the police academy in 1993 as well. After graduating from the academy, Officer Stewart served the community as a transport wagon officer for his entire career. Officer Stewart embodied the essence of public servants as someone who was always willing to step up and assist those in need, whether that be his fellow officers or members of the community. Officer Stewart sadly passed away in 2020, one of too many exceptional frontline responders who were lost after contracting COVID-19 in the line of duty. I was able to speak with Officer Stewart's wife, Felisa, this week to offer my sincere condolences on behalf of the entire Ohio 13th Congressional District. Lisa shared that Officer Stewart was a loving husband, father, and grandfather whose intelligence and thirst for knowledge was admired by his family, friends, and colleagues. Officer Stewart's selfless acts of public service will never be forgotten, and we will continue to uphold his legacy by continuing to work towards a safer community and a safer future for all. Both of these officers left behind families, a community, loved ones who truly respected and cared for them. And on behalf of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, I want to extend my sincere and deepest condolences to those who loved him, those who cared for them, and those who will miss seeing them every single day. Peace Officer Memorial Day is an opportunity for us to stop and pause, to remember those who lost their lives in the line of duty, and thank them for their never-ending service to our communities. Officer Stewart, Officer Jones, we thank you. May your memory be a blessing.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
Sorry. The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben, if I didn't scare her.
Would you pray with me? Omnipotent God, we lift our prayers today with those of the people of Ukraine. Like your servant Job, they grieve the weight of their anguish. They suffer from the burden of their calamities. Oh, that you would grant their request for respite from the tyranny they still endure. Would that you hear their desires for deliverance from their unrelenting adversary. How you will answer these prayers is beyond our comprehension. Why you are allowing these atrocities to continue is beyond our understanding. But if it is for us to see the resolve of the Ukrainians' belief in their salvation despite all they've endured, then give us eyes to see that you are the source of their resilience. If it is for us to hear that, like Job, they do not curse you despite the injustice visited upon them, then give us ears to hear that you are the reason for their hope. May their faith inspire our own, that all who claim their belief in you would learn what it means to trust in your mercy, to proclaim your steadfast love, and to witness your redeeming power in our world, in Ukraine, and in our own lives. Bless the righteous, O Lord, and cover them with your favor. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to, without amendment, S 467, an act to modify the age requirement for the Student Incentive Payment Program of the State Maritime Academies, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
the chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight Eric's Law, a piece of legislation I introduced with my Pennsylvania colleague, Congressman Matt Cartwright. Eric's Law is named for Eric Williams, a federal correction officer who was brutally murdered by an inmate at U.S. Penitentiary Canaan in Wayne County, Pennsylvania. His murderous crime largely went unpunished, even though 11 out of 12 jurors voted for the death penalty because he was already serving a life sentence. Current law requires a unanimous decision by the jury to impose the death penalty. Our legislation permits prosecutors to impanel a second jury for sentencing if the first jury in a federal death penalty case fails to reach a unanimous decision on a sentence. This allows for a final, definite decision in death penalty cases that our victim and families deserve. I'd like to thank Eric's father, Don, as well as the Council of Prison Locals for their support and endorsements of this bill. Mr. Speaker, we must do everything in our power to prevent this kind of tragedy from reoccurring, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my dear friend Beverly Sussman, who this week retired after serving 8 years as Buffalo Grove Village President. A dedicated civil servant, Beverly has devoted her energies to the village for more than 30 years. Focusing on revitalizing Buffalo Grove, Beverly has led on infrastructure redevelopment, attracted significant investment in development projects across the village that will benefit residents for many, many years. Significantly, she led with a focus on fiscal responsibility, all to the benefit of Buffalo Grove residents who have not had a tax increase over the past 4 years. Beverly is also focused on creating a welcoming community built on civic engagement and youth development. Of course, that's not surprising, since at her core, Beverly is still the teacher she was at the beginning of her career. Throughout it all, Beverly has been supported by Martin, her beloved husband of 62 years, and their greatest achievement being their 3 sons and 8 grandchildren. Beverly, it is my great honor to thank you for all you have done and wish you and Marty health and happiness in whatever your next chapter may bring on this, your journey together. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we recognize National Police Week, we honor the brave men and women who keep our families safe every day and pay respect to all those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. Unfortunately, Biden and extreme House Democrats have supported defunding the police. Violent crimes have skyrocketed under Biden. Homicides are up 13%, aggravated assaults up 34%, rapes up 24%. 2021 was the deadliest year in 2 decades for law enforcement officers. Our family appreciates Town of Springdale Police Chief Bear Richburg and Lexington County Sheriff Jay Kuhn, just recognized as Sheriff of the Year. This week, House Republicans voted on legislation supporting law enforcement. Sadly, Biden allows terrorists to cross the border, putting families everywhere under greater risk of the threat of mass murder more than ever. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during National Police Week to encourage my colleagues to support a bipartisan bill to help our communities better recruit and retain local law enforcement professionals. This week, a bipartisan group from Ohio introduced H.R. 3376, the Enhancing Cops Hiring Program Grants for Local Law Enforcement Act. My colleagues from Ohio, Republicans and Democrats, Congressman Kerry, Congressman Miller, and Congresswoman Strong Sites have partnered together to alleviate the strain on local police departments by expanding the COPS hiring program. This bill will allow them to use existing grant dollars for recruitment and retention bonuses. We will also be introducing similar legislation for communities to better recruit and retain firefighters. Public safety is a top priority for me. We are making sure police and fire departments across the country have what they need to keep our children and families safe. I hope you all will join us in this fight. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I was out campaigning, I had the opportunity to meet with Sheriff Janice Mangum of Jackson County, Georgia. She was very open about her concerns to protect her citizens out there with the defund the police, the disrespect, and just the disdain for law in general. There was also an internal concern that I saw, a grief, where she was expressing concern for a fellow deputy who had paid the ultimate price some 6 months early. That's leadership, y'all. That is pure leadership. Anthony D'Esposito is quoted several times from the National Police Memorial this week. It's not how they died, but it's how they lived. Sheriff Janice Mangum, you are a shining example of that quote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to formally recognize and commend North Carolina Central University's football team by introducing a resolution congratulating them for winning the historically Black Colleges and Universities National Football Championship in the 2022 Celebration Bowl. NCCU is located in my district in Durham, North Carolina, and is known for its distinguished academic and athletic excellence, and is a prime example of the importance and great value of our nation's HBCUs. Under the steadfast leadership of Chancellor Dr. Johnson Akinleye in the classroom and head coach Trey Oliver on the field, NCCU brought home the Black College Football National title for the 4th time in the university's history with eagle pride and promise. I am deeply honored to represent NCCU, and I extend my sincere congratulations to the entire team, the coaches and athletic staff, the students, and the faculty for this well-deserved victory. Go Eagles. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Puerto Rico seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize our men and women in law enforcement and their commitment to public safety. I want to especially recognize and thank our federal law enforcement officers on the island and the almost 12,000 members of the Puerto Rico Police Bureau, as well as all municipal police officers across the island of Puerto Rico. Their courage, dedication, and tireless efforts to serve and protect our communities are truly admirable and do not go unnoticed. I also want to honor the memory of all law enforcement officers who have died in the line of duty. And we will never forget, and we are in debt to their sacrifice and that of their families. As we commemorate National Police Week, I am committed to continue working with my colleagues to ensure Congress is providing our law enforcement officers the necessary support and resources, including through grant programs such as the COPS Hiring Program, Operation Stone Garden, and the Burn Justice Assistant Grant Program. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, expand and amend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in honor of the life and legacy of my dear friend and colleague, Harlem's own New York State Senator Bill Perkins. Senator Perkins was not just an elected official, but a giant and a community leader. I extend my deepest condolences to his wife, Pamela Perkins, and the entire Perkins family during this time of grief. Senator Perkins never forgot where he came from. I had the honor of serving with him in the New York State Senate and had the opportunity to watch them very close, firsthand. He was a force of nature, a champion for working people. He made a difference with his leadership, using his powerful voice to bring about change and give back to the city that saw him grow up. Early in his life of public service, he became a champion in defense of the exonerated five, taking on Donald Trump. He never backed down from a righteous fight and a fearless advocate for the vulnerable and underserved. He treated all with respect. May Bill's legacy inspire all of us as we move forward. Rest in power, Senator Perkins, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what reasons does the gentleman from Tennessee rise and seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Fire Control Seaman Second Class Robert L. Luttrell, an American hero who served during World War II to fight the evil empire of Japan. Luttrell graduated from Central High School in Knoxville and enlisted in the Navy in 1943, and he was assigned to patrol gunboat PGM-18. In March 1945, the PGM-18 was sent to Okinawa to protect mine sweepers and destroy mines as they floated to the surface. Oddly enough, Okinawa was one of the islands my father served on. On April 8, 1945, his ship struck a mine and the blast lifted the 280-ton ship out of the water and ripped a giant hole in the starboard hull. Seaman Luttrell was able to launch a life raft and help 9 other sailors into the raft, including his commanding officer, but the raft was still tied to the ship and couldn't be untied. Fortunately, Luttrell was able to cut the raft loose with a knife he had made from a hunk of metal he found in Hawaii. He saved the lives of fellow service members and showed true courage and quick thinking in the face of danger. Too many times, Mr. Speaker, we call people heroes that maybe they dribble a basketball, throw a football, or catch a baseball, but our true heroes are the men and women who wore our country's uniform. and continue to do so, like yourself, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to recognize Fire Control Seaman 2nd Class Robert Luttrell as Tennessee's 2nd District May 2023 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the current debt ceiling showdown is jeopardizing not just the United States economy, but that of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Yesterday, the Virginia Senate Finance Committee presented an analysis of what a debt default would mean to our Commonwealth. In a word, it would be catastrophic. An extended debt ceiling battle would cost our Commonwealth nearly 200,000 jobs and slash payrolls by 4.7%, and would inevitably throw our economy into a recession. Even a brief default could cost Virginia an estimated 34,500 jobs and slash payroll by 0.83%. Not to mention the impact on federal grant reimbursements, federally funded state employees, and the millions of Virginians who receive monthly payments and depend on federal health care programs. The United States is not a deadbeat nation, and for the sake of hardworking Virginians and Americans across the United States, we must raise the debt ceiling without delay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor our beef producers, feeders, and processors as we celebrate Beef Month in Nebraska. Nebraska is the beef state. We are the top processing state, #1 for cattle on feed, and the biggest state for beef exports to the European Union, South Korea, Kuwait, and Colombia. Nebraska has more than 3 times the number of cows than people. From the Lone Creek Cattle Company in Lincoln to Oak Barn Beef in West Point, we are the best beef in the world right here in the 1st District of Nebraska. It's all because of our abundant natural resources, great cattle genetics, a rich heritage that has been passed on for generations. As we celebrate Beef Month, I want to give a sincere thank you to all the producers, feeders, and processors who raise and make the best beef in the world on our ranches and in our feed yards for consumers around the globe. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of the hard work, leadership, and resilience of one of my young constituents, Irene Alvarez. She is finishing up her junior year at Salida High School and is the winner of the 2023 Chaffee County Boys and Girls Club Youth of Year Award. When Irene was in 6th grade, her father was deported and her mother was forced to raise her as a single parent, working tirelessly, cleaning houses to support their family. Despite all the trouble she faced at home, Irene chose to dedicate herself to helping others. In her 10 years at the Chaffee County Boys and Girls Club, she has become a leader, mentoring the kids around her, especially those who do not speak English. She teaches art, assists kids with their homework, and helps them translate when necessary. In Irene's own words, we help ourselves by helping others. In the face of adversity, Irene triumphed. I can't express how proud our whole community is for her strength and perseverance. So congratulations to you and congratulations to the Chaffee County Boy and Girls Club for being there to support and inspire leaders like her. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Americans are waking up to another embarrassing headline from another self-inflicted wound from President Biden. President Biden delayed almost 100 days to begin good faith negotiations with Speaker McCarthy. In the meantime, House Republicans passed a bill that is a reasonable, sensible, and responsible solution to the default Democrats' debt ceiling crisis. Unfortunately, because of President Biden's unnecessary delay, the president has to cancel part of his international trip to Japan, Papua New Guinea, and Australia. The cancellation is extremely disappointing for Papua New Guinea, which spent 6 months preparing for its first ever visit from a sitting United States president. They even designated the day of the president's visit as a national holiday. Now, after this embarrassment for our country that is sure to result in a waste of taxpayer dollars, Americans can only hope the president has started to take this self-made crisis seriously. If not, he will be to blame for a default on our nation's debt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a few moments today to honor the memory of Wicomico County Sheriff Deputy Glenn Hilliard, a brave Eastern Shore police officer who was killed in the line of duty while trying to arrest a wanted criminal on probation. Officer Glenn Hilliard lived his life as a devoted husband, father, and police officer who is commonly referred to as a hero by his fellow officers on the police force. On June 12, 2022, just a little under a year ago, Officer Hilliard was shot and killed by a fugitive who committed multiple felonies and was running from justice. As we honor National Police Week, both Glenn Hilliard's life and death are a testament to why we should support and fully fund police officers as they risk their lives daily to keep us safe. Officer Glenn Hilliard served Wicomico County with honor, valor, and distinction, and in the end, Officer Hilliard's memory is most treasured not by how he died, but how he lived as a selfless and heroic police officer who put the safety of his community above his own. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks to insert extraneous material on H.R. 3091.
Without objection, pursuant to House Resolution 398 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3091. The Chair appoints the gentleman from California, Mr. Mike Garcia, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 3091, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to allow federal law enforcement officers to purchase retired service weapons and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary of their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to call on my colleagues to support H.R. 3091, the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase Act. This week is National Police Week, and I'd like to applaud the majority's dedication to supporting and celebrating our nation's law enforcement officers who risk their lives every single day to keep us safe. This bill is just one legislative commitment we're taking to support our brave men and women in blue. This legislation would allow current federal law enforcement officers in good standing to purchase a retired service weapon at market value from a federal agency. Current federal regulations require all federal agencies, such as the U.S. Secret Service or the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, to destroy weapons after they've been retired from federal use. That means that these retired firearms must be crushed, cut, broken, or deformed to ensure that they are rendered completely inoperable and cannot be used again. According to the Fraternal Order of Police, multiple law enforcement agencies are currently in the process of replacing their service weapons. This means that 20,000 firearms would be destroyed, an $8 million cost to the taxpayers. Taxpayers are paying for these weapons twice when they go into circulation, and when they are retired. Not only does this legislation have the potential to save millions of dollars in waste, but it would offset the cost of purchasing new weapons to fund other agency expenses. I want to thank the co-sponsors of the bill and strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 3091. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, federal regulations for the management of federal property currently prohibit an agency from disposing of functional or repairable firearms by selling them. Under these regulations, when an agency no longer has a need for a firearm, it can transfer it to another law enforcement entity or destroy it. This regulation has served the important goal of ensuring that federally owned firearms do not fall into the wrong hands. But it also misses an opportunity to save money by selling an unneeded firearm to the law enforcement officer who has been using it. Last Congress, our colleague and former Orlando Police Chief Congresswoman Val Demings recognized the opportunity for improvement in these regulations. She introduced the original version of this legislation, which allows a federal agency to sell a retired handgun to the law enforcement officer who has been using it, transferring it from a service weapon to a weapon in the hands of a responsible gun owner who is trained to use it. Congresswoman Demings' legislation included two improvements that unfortunately have been removed from the current version of the bill. Her version required the law enforcement officer who is purchasing the gun to undergo a background check. This is a common sense requirement, given that an officer would undergo a standard background check to purchase the weapon from many other sellers. And most background checks are practically instantaneous, often about 30 seconds. I do not think that 30 seconds is too long to wait to ensure that a gun does not fall into the wrong hands. While I think it's notable that the majority stripped this reasonable and effortless requirement, the current version of the bill does require a purchasing officer to be in good standing. While this is not as thorough as Congresswoman Demings' legislation, the good standing requirement should prevent unlawful transfers in most cases. Ms. Demings' bill also included the sense of Congress that the funds received by the government from selling a retired service weapon should be used to support evidence-based gun violence prevention or gun safety education and training programs. Again, this is a thoughtful provision that would have directed these funds toward a critical need in our communities and would have improved public safety. This provision should be totally non-controversial, but our Republican colleagues have stripped it from the bill. The only logical conclusion is that they do not want a single additional dollar to go to gun violence prevention, even as it continues to tear our communities apart and imperil the lives of law enforcement officers. While I wish the majority left Congresswoman Demings' bill intact, I nonetheless support this weakened version of her work. But I want to make it very clear that if any of the Republican poison pill amendments pass, I will have to encourage my colleagues to vote no. The base text of this bill allows limited transfers of handguns to active federal law enforcement officers in good standing for a fair market value. The amendments subvert this purpose by allowing those who are not active law enforcement to purchase a weapon without a background check, allowing the government to sell military-style assault weapons without a background check, and forcing taxpayers to subsidize these gun sales by selling them below their fair market value. I strongly urge all members to oppose these amendments. I want to note, however, that I support Ms. Jacobs' very helpful amendment to further define the good standing requirement and help ensure that retired weapons are only transferred to those who can be trusted with them. This bill had bipartisan support in committee, so it's unfortunate that the majority would rather politicize Police Week with a radical gun agenda than pass a reasonable bipartisan bill. If the poison pill amendments fail, I will continue to support the bill. But if any of them pass, I must urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the member from New Jersey.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during National Police Week in strong support of Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase Act. The bill, which I was proud to help move through the Judiciary Committee, is a practical measure and a declaration of our unwavering support for the nation's law enforcement officers. They are the bedrock of our communities, and they ensure peace, order, and safety. By allowing federal officers the opportunity to purchase retired service weapons, we can save taxpayer dollars and ensure officers have firearms with which they are the most comfortable. This bill and others like it this week present a clear question. Will we stand up for our police, or will we stand idly by as unwarranted and inappropriate criticism continues to be thrown their way? I know what my answer is. I stand with our police. I want to extend my gratitude to my colleague and good friend, Representative Fry, for introducing this bill. And I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in its favor. Let's send an unmistakable office to our law enforcement officers across this nation. We see you, we appreciate you, and we stand by you. And I particularly want to thank my friends and my individuals in law enforcement that I know so well over so many years in the great state of New Jersey for the work that they do. I am proud of them. I'm proud of what they represent, and I am thankful for their sacrifice. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Kamla Gerdove.
Young lady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 3091. We need to address police brutality and work on police accountability as our country continues to reckon with instances of brutality and distrust of law enforcement officers. Tyree Nichols, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd's legacies demand more from us. I am disappointed to see the exclusion of 2 key measures from similar legislation introduced by Val Deming's last Congress. I offered an amendment that would disqualify an officer from purchasing their weapon after retirement if they have instances of misconduct or unethical behavior in their personnel file. The good standing qualification in this bill is too subjective to accurately protect Americans, but my common sense amendment was not accepted, and Republicans are not bringing it up for a vote. We need increased police accountability and community-based ideas around policing. We need to keep people alive, including law enforcement, and rebuild community trust. I hope my GOP colleagues will join me in finding ways to create...
Gentlelady, an additional minute.
I hope my GOP colleagues will join me in finding ways to create safer communities for everyday Americans, because that is what all Americans want. They want to live and work and worship in communities that will keep them safe and build relationships, new relationships with law enforcement that understand and see them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
We're expecting more people. They're just not here yet.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Reserves.
Reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I am prepared to close if no one has shown up.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation improves government efficiency by allowing a federal agency to sell a retired handgun to the law enforcement officer who had been using it. This was a good idea when it was introduced last Congress on a bipartisan basis by former Congresswoman Val Demings, and it continues to be one. I am disappointed that Republicans have chosen to move forward with a weaker version of her bill, but nonetheless I support its passage unless it is further weakened by the Republican poison pill amendments I referred to in my opening statement, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud that this legislation passed favorably out of the Judiciary Committee last week and already has considerable number of co-sponsors. As we celebrate, honor, and remember our men and women in uniform during National Police Week, I'm proud to bring this legislation to the House floor for a vote that will allow federal law enforcement officers to purchase retired service weapons and prevent wasteful spending. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed on the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee print 118-5. That amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered read. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-59. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and the opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1 printed in Part B of House Report 118-59. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-59, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 398, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to protect public safety and honor the original intent of this bill through a simple common sense amendment. Many of us on both sides of the aisle agree with the goal of H.R. 3091 to allow federal law enforcement officers to buy retired handguns, many of which are already required to be destroyed. But an oversight could enable domestic abusers, including those subject to restraining orders, to get firearms, which we all know can have deadly consequences. Police officers are human. They aren't immune from mental illness, domestic and family conflict, and other stressors that can lead to tragedies. So we can and should have guardrails to prevent those tragedies. That's why my amendment simply ensures that each federal law enforcement agency has procedures for determining whether an officer is in good standing to buy a firearm. Agencies would have the flexibility to tailor those determinations based on the qualifications of each agency, but these guidelines should be clear and concise. Existing federal law already carves out special treatment for law enforcement officers by allowing them to have a gun even if they have a domestic violence restraining order. That's dangerous. All gun owners should meet the same standard, and law enforcement agencies shouldn't consider an officer who is perpetrating violence against a family or household member to be in good standing and able to buy a handgun. While I'm thankful that the Rules Committee supported my amendment, I'm disappointed that they rejected my other amendment and several of my colleagues' amendments to provide additional guardrails for this buyback program. Still, with this amendment, we have an opportunity to improve this legislation. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to save lives, protect public safety, and honor those who put their lives on the line for our communities. I yield back the balance of my time. Oh, I reserve. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
And that's for 5 minutes.
Good standing is already universally understood by all federal agencies. If an officer has been suspended, they surrender their badge and gun and do not have law enforcement authorities. This is not a new concept. In fact, the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act, which was signed into law 19 years ago, requires a finding of good standing by the agencies in order for retired officers to be eligible to carry a concealed weapon. By requiring an agency to adopt standards to determine good standing for the purposes of this bill, her amendment would establish a double standard where a law enforcement officer could be in good standing for the purposes of their job, but the agency considers them not to be in good standing for the purposes of purchasing a retired service weapon. This potential two-track system is ripe for abuse. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I'll just note that there is a loophole where law enforcement officers can keep a gun even when they have a domestic violence restraining order. And with that, I will yield 1 minute of my time to the gentleman from New York.
Gentlelady yields 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
Thank the gentlelady, Mr. Speaker. When Congresswoman Demings introduced her superior version of this legislation last Congress, it required the law enforcement officer who was purchasing the gun to undergo a background check. This is a common sense requirement given that an officer would undergo a standard background check to purchase the weapon from any other sellers. My colleagues submitted amendments that would add this background check requirement back in. It is unfortunate that that strong and reasonable amendment was not made in order. This amendment, the Jacobs Amendment, does the next best thing. It would further define the good standing requirement and help ensure that retired weapons are only transferred to those who can be trusted with them. This amendment will help close the gap between what a NICS check would reveal and what an employing federal law enforcement agency would find in making a determination that an officer is in good standing. I urge the colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back to the gentlelady.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Yeah, I would just like to add that by requiring agencies to have procedures to determine whether an officer is in good standing, this amendment would ensure that officers are treated fairly and only denied the purchase of their handgun for good, objective reasons. And by establishing a deadline for federal law enforcement agencies to establish these procedures, this amendment will ensure that an agency is not caught off guard when an officer who may have issues related to performance or behavior requests to purchase a weapon. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Do you want to close?
The gentleman from South Carolina has the right to close.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll just reiterate what I previously discussed, and I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserve. Gentleman from California is recognized. Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair.
Not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, can I request a recorded vote?
Pursuant to the clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed on Part B of House Report 118-59. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-59, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Res. 398, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 3091. I am here today to discuss my amendment to H.R. 3091, the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Firearms Purchase Act. Currently, firearms from agencies such as the Secret Service are destroyed once they are retired from service or replaced with new models. This is wasteful and makes no sense. Many law enforcement officers have a special connection to their firearms they use in the line of duty. They would like to take them home to cherish as family heirlooms. It's only fair to allow courageous men and women of law enforcement to purchase their service weapons upon retirement, and we should let them do that at a low cost, because these guns are going to be thrown out anyway. This shouldn't be a revenue-raising scheme for the government. Our law enforcement officers should be able to keep their firearms at a reasonable cost. My amendment simply changes H.R. 3091 by changing the term fair market value to salvage value, which is what would be done to the weapon anyways, is salvaging it. Salvage value is defined as the value of the asset after it becomes useless to the owner, or the amount expected to be obtained when fixed asset is disposed of at the end of its useful life, which is exactly what's happening here. This definition is for the lawyers, appraisers, and accountants. What I want to talk about is that what it means to our law enforcement officers. This change would allow them to purchase their retired service firearms, which in many cases they discharge in line of duty to save lives, at a lower cost than the current, quote, fair market value, which it would not be disposed at. Under the current policy, these firearms are destroyed, so the purchase is at salvage value by definition. It would still increase the government revenues, because you're actually purchasing it at the same amount, and you wouldn't have to actually have the expense of salvaging, while allowing federal law enforcement officers to purchase the service weapons that have protected them throughout their careers at a fair price. I reserve.
And reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek
time in
recognition?
opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when Congresswoman Demings introduced her superior version of this legislation last Congress, It was premised on the principle of making the most of taxpayer dollars and recouping the values of weapons that were not at the end of their usable life. This amendment would require these weapons, not at the end of their usable life, to be sold at their salvage value, which by its terms is below the fair market value of these weapons. This prevents the agency from recouping the full value of the weapon. The effect of this amendment is to sell firearms at a discount funded by taxpayers. Taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize gun sales, which is contrary to the intended purpose of this bill that was introduced last Congress, and is also contrary to the intent of the bill in the form it unanimously passed in the Judiciary Committee. Taxpayers should be funding the government, not subsidizing gun sales. This amendment is contrary to the intent of the bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
The basic premise is a misunderstanding of what this is about. First of all, the weapon would otherwise be destroyed. The only money that would come from it is either the money spent on destroying the weapon or the money that was obtained from it by destroying the weapon, which would be salvage monetary price, which would be approximately $100 for an average Glock. That's weapon scrap. That's what it's worth. That's how much you would get back from the government. He talks about the government supplementing police officers who served an entire career. I was a career military person, over 20 years in the military. My father was a deputy sheriff. I'll tell you, this isn't a money-making scheme. As a matter of fact, just the opposite. This isn't for the government to make money off of. This is to do the right thing. This is, at best, a neutral bill. This shouldn't be about the military people who just spent 20 years of their life paying money to expand the coffers of the American government when otherwise it would be worth about $100 as scrap metal. So the misrepresentation that this should be money that our retirees spend on a weapon that would otherwise be destroyed, and nothing else would be done with that, by the way. When he talks about fair market value, the fair market value, the market for this is salvage. It is what would be done with the weapon to begin with. So the misnomer, the misrepresentation that retired officers that have spent their entire career protecting this nation, bonding with something that saves their lives and protects other people, is actually kind of offensive to me. As a guy who's literally carried around a service rifle and the service pistol when I was overseas in harm's way. As my father carried around his service pistol in harm's way. This is not to make money for the government. This is to do the right thing by those peace officers and those law enforcement individuals who have served their entire life doing nothing but serving their community. That's what this is about, and nothing else. I yield myself the remainder of my time.
This gentleman reserve. Reserves.
Reserves.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think the gentleman misunderstands the bill. This bill is not when the officer retires. It's when the gun is retired. And when the gun is retired, perhaps because the law enforcement agency is upgrading to a more modern gun, it can be sold. And the money goes to the taxpayers, obviously. If it is not repairable, it can then be scrapped. This amendment would say that it can't be done. It would say that you could not recover the full market value of the weapon, and there's no reason the taxpayer shouldn't recover that. So the amendment is an anti-taxpayer amendment. It's not for the officer when he retires. It's when the weapon is retired, which may be before or long after the officer retires. There's nothing to do with that. So the amendment would simply cost the taxpayers money for no purpose at all, and I therefore oppose the amendment.
Gentleman reserves.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia has 1 minute remaining, is recognized.
I'm going to define once again what this bill is about, because I disagree wholeheartedly. If it's at the end of its service life, if it is no longer useful, it is going to be salvaged. Salvage. We are defining what's happening at the end of a useful life value. Salvage. It's going to be destroyed. That's what the government will do with it. The government's not going to sell it. The government's going to salvage it. The government's not going to put it on the market, the fair market for a used weapon. It's going to destroy it. Therefore, the value of the weapon is whatever it's destroyed for. That is the definition. That is to be clear on this bill, and that has been defined. So trying to mislead the public on what this is about is once again offensive to me, and I will close with that.
Gentleman yield back.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr.
The amendment
Speaker?
is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
on that I ask for the ayes and nays.
Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-59. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-59, offered by Mr. Luttrell of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 3908, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment to H.R. 3091, the Federal Law Enforcement Service Weapons Purchase Act. My amendment would expand those who can purchase retired service weapons to include those who have served their country faithfully and retired from federal law enforcement. This amendment will allow for the brave men and women who retired from service in federal law enforcement the ability to protect themselves and our communities if necessary. By eliminating bureaucratic red tape currently preventing law enforcement federal officers and retirees from purchasing their service weapons, we are equipping them with the ability to respond to emergencies equipped with the weapon they are well acquainted with. The best deterrent to a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. This measure will further protect the Second Amendment rights of our federal law enforcement officers who have displayed valor and courage in making the ultimate sacrifice to keep us safe and protect our communities. Those who have served our nation and law enforcement officers with dignity and honor and retired in good standing ought to have the same rights of those currently serving. I yield back and reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York.
I
For
claim
what
time in
purposes does the
opposition.
gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, when Congresswoman Demings introduced her superior version of this legislation last Congress, it required the law enforcement officer who was purchasing the gun to undergo a background check. This is a common sense requirement, given that an officer would undergo a standard background check to purchase the weapon from many other sellers. My colleagues submitted amendments that would add this background check requirement back in, and it's unfortunate that that strong and reasonable amendment was not made in order. The bill, as passed in committee, allows sales only to officers in good standing. This amendment allows retired federal law enforcement officers to also be eligible to purchase surplus service weapons without the usual NICS background check or a certification of good standing. This amendment is contrary to existing law and could allow prohibited purchasers to buy a handgun. Retired officers have no standing with an agency. They are not subject to any of the oversight and employment rules of active federal law enforcement. With this amendment, someone could retire, be convicted of a felony, and then purchase a handgun from the federal government, even though they would fail a NICS check, because a NICS check is not required. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerous amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the same men and women that went through the rigorous background check before they retired. We're talking about the same men and women that served our country honorably. We're not talking, this amendment speaks in good faith and good faith only. I agree with my colleagues across the aisle that if there's an individual that has done something nefarious, absolutely. But this amendment alone speaks to the good faith of those men and women who served in uniform. With that, I reserve back.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, a police officer can retire for many reasons. One of them is that it's being forced out for misconduct. An officer who is forced out for misconduct should not be permitted to buy a gun without a background check. The background check might show the misconduct, would show the misconduct that forced them out. If he committed a felony, it would show that. Under this amendment, an officer, a retired officer, who was pushed out because of bad conduct, who was pushed out because he could not be trusted with a handgun, who subsequently commits a felony, could still purchase the handgun without a background check. That is dangerous to the public and makes no sense at all. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
For anyone who is guilty of what my colleague is saying across the aisle would have to go through it. We're talking about weapon systems that are retired out of the federal system and good standing law enforcement officers purchasing those weapon systems. I reserve. Sorry.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from
the
New York is
gentleman is
recognized.
mistaken. There's a difference between the officer and the gun. The gun is being retired. The officer may have committed a felony, the ex-officer, I should say, may have committed a felony, may have been forced out for bad conduct, and under this amendment would be permitted to purchase the gun without a background check that would show his felony or whatever conduct caused him to be pushed out. It is dangerous. We're not talking about an officer upon retirement buying his gun. We're talking about an ex-officer who may have committed a felony, who may have been forced out for dangerous conduct, now being permitted to purchase a gun without a background check that would show that this is a dangerous character. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York
I
is
yield
recognized.
back now.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. In closing, I urge my colleagues across the aisle to support this sensible measure that will afford law-abiding retired law enforcement officers the same treatment as those currently serving as defined in this bill. With that, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr.
The amendment
Speaker,
is agreed to. For what purpose is the gentleman from New York
I
recognized?
ask for recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-59. For what purposes does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-59, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 3908, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In its current state, H.R. 3091 allows federal law enforcement to purchase retired handguns from their agency, allowing the agency to recover some of the original costs of those handguns. However, handguns are not the only weapons in our federal officers' arsenal. In recent years, about 30% of new firearm purchases by federal agencies were rifles and shotguns. Current surpluses also show that there are similar numbers of pistols and rifles in agency stockpiles. My amendment would allow for our law enforcement officers to purchase these weapons as well, so long as the rifle or shotgun is allowed legally for civilian use. The current practice of destroying retired firearms at cost to the taxpayers' money when they could be providing a service to their federal law enforcement and creating some revenue in the process. Many of our nation's law enforcement avid recreation and sports shooters in their free time, and they deserve the added benefit of being allowed to purchase high-quality firearms at a reduced cost. Americans trust police to protect them with these very firearms every single day. Why should these well-trained officers not have the right to defend their own family with these same weapons? I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Mr. Speaker, I claim the time in opposition.
Does the gentleman reserves? For what purpose do you approach?
I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment expands the types of weapons officers are allowed to purchase to include all retired firearms. The amendment radically expands the bill and runs counter to its original purpose. This amendment would allow semi-automatic assault weapons, sniper rifles, and military-grade weaponry to be purchased without a background check. While federal law enforcement has a need for these weapons, they have no place in our communities. Though the amendment excludes machine guns, it does not exclude other firearms subject to heightened regulation under the National Firearms Act, such as short-barreled rifles and even grenade launchers. The federal government should not be selling these dangerous weapons to people operating in their civilian capacity. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just point to the amendment where it refers to Section 921A24 of the title, which is going to keep weapons that are currently not allowed in civilian hands out of civilian hands. Our law enforcement officials are highly trained, and whether they're using an AR-15 or whether they're using a similar high-powered rifle with a high-intensity scope, they are trained to do such. I have lots of friends and family who use these weapons on a daily basis for sport shooting and other purposes, and our law enforcement officers, if they have served their time and they're retiring from that duty, from protecting the civilians across this nation, want to purchase a weapon that they have been utilizing for who knows how much time, they should be able to do so. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the provision that the gentleman refers to refers only to machine guns. It does not exclude other firearms, as I mentioned, such as short-barreled rifles and even grenade launchers. And these are too dangerous. We should not be selling these dangerous weapons to people operating in their civilian capacity. And that's why this amendment is dangerous and radically changes the bill. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would refuse to accept the premise that a grenade launcher is going to be purchased and allowed to be purchased by a former law enforcement official. That's just not realistic, and it's not true, and it's very misleading to this body. When we have people that have risked their lives to defend folks across this country in our communities, then they should be able to purchase these retired weapons. We have heard them called the retired weapons because the value has been dramatically reduced. They're going to be put into a stockpile. They're going to be salvaged. They're going to be destroyed. Allow us to generate some revenue and allow the people who have used them the longest, the safest, to continue their use. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Section 5845 definitions A, firearm, reads as follows. The term firearm means 1, a shotgun having a barrel or barrels of less than 18 inches in length. 2, a weapon made from a shotgun if such weapon as modified has an overall length of less than 26 inches or a barrel or barrels of less than 18 inches in length. 3, a rifle having a barrel or barrels of less than 16 inches in length. 4, a weapon made from a rifle of such weapon as modified has an overall length of less than 26 inches or barrel or barrels of less than 16 inches in length. 5, any other weapon as defined in subsection E. 6, a machine gun, which is the only thing the gentleman excludes from his amendment. 7, any silencer as defined. And 8, a destructive device, like a grenade launcher. Like a grenade. Therefore, when I say that this amendment would ban only machine guns, but would permit all these other things, including grenades and weapons of destruction, it's right here in the statute. And the gentleman's amendment would permit all of these. And those are the kinds of weapons, grenade launchers, short-barreled rifles, should not be in the possession of civilians, even retired police officers. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I refuse to accept the premise that you're going to have grenade launchers that are going to be purchased by federal law enforcement. They are not utilizing those, and they're not going to be purchased by those. We're talking about the handguns and the rifles that are currently allowed to be possessed by civilians, and that is the only ones that they're going to be able to be purchased. I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
I yield. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 3091, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 3091 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 2494.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 398 and the Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 2494. The chair appoints the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 2494, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to make the assault of a law enforcement officer a deportable offense and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we celebrate National Police Week, it is only appropriate that we pass H.R. 2494, the Police Act of 2023. H.R. 2494 makes an alien removable if they assault a police officer. 43,649, that is a staggering number of law enforcement officers who were assaulted while performing their duties in just 2021. That represents an 11.2% increase from 2020. In both 2021 and 2022, at least 64 law enforcement officers were shot and killed in the line of duty. In my home state of Alabama, 5 law enforcement officers were shot and killed. That is a 21% increase over the number killed from 2010 to 2020. To make matters worse, many of those incidents involve criminal aliens who take advantage of our immigration system and then turn around and assault the very people who protect us every day. In a single 2-month operation in 2020, Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested aliens with criminal histories with 1,500 convictions, all charges for assault. In 2019, ICE arrested aliens who accounted for 45,804 assault convictions and charges. The report speaks for themselves. Just 2 months ago, an illegal alien violently assaulted a U.S. border agent as she attempted to arrest him. In November of 2022, 2 aliens were arrested for pushing, dragging, and punching a Border Patrol agent in another incident. And these acts of violence are not limited to just Border Patrol. Just last fall, a criminal alien who was sentenced 30 years prison for stabbing a New York Police Department officer, taking his gun, and then shooting at other officers. In 2020, a criminal alien shot and killed Houston Police Sergeant as he responded to a domestic violence call. Despite these acts, the immigration statute does not explicitly make assaulting a law enforcement officer a deportable offense. H.R. 2494 changes that by creating grounds of removability specific to aliens who assault law enforcement officers. Although many such offenders can be removed based on other grounds, such as an aggravated assault, felony, or crime involving moral turpitude, H.R. 2494 ensures that criminal aliens cannot escape the immigration consequences of their actions through legal loopholes. Determining whether an alien is removable from the country is not as straightforward as it should be. In a case from last year, a federal judge observed that the process to determine whether an alien had been convicted of a crime that would make him removable presented a single legal question about a single conviction. Despite seemingly easy questions, the analysis spawned over 11 years, counting, 4 decisions to the Board of Immigration Appeals, 4 decisions by 3 different immigration judges, approximately 6 rounds of briefing, and a split opinion by a federal court. This bill would avoid those absurd results and approach to make crystal clear that an alien who assaults a law enforcement officer can be removed from the United States. Democrats have argued that this bill would encompass too much conduct due to state definitions of assault. That couldn't be further from the truth. Listen to what the bill requires. First, either an admission or a conviction of an assault or an offense. The assault must have been against a law enforcement officer, and that assault must have been while the law enforcement officer was performing his or her duties because of the performance of those duties or because of his or her status as a law enforcement officer. Democrats' far-fetched hypotheticals make light of all assault against law enforcement officers and do not align with reality. If an alien admits to assaulting a law enforcement officer, but a far-left prosecutor refuses to prosecute that crime, why should that alien escape immigration consequences? Make no mistake, criminal aliens who assault dedicated men and women of law enforcement should find no safe harbor under our immigration laws. H.R. 2494 gives adjudicators a tool to ensure that these criminal aliens can quickly be removed from this country. In doing so, we make America safer not only for our citizens, but also for the hardworking men and women of law enforcement who serve our community every day. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Assaulting a law enforcement officer is a serious offense and cannot be tolerated in the United States. It is also largely already a deportable offense. If this bill, the so-called Protect Our Law Enforcement with Immigration Control and Enforcement Act, or the Police Act of 2023, closed an actual gap in current law and made our country safer, Democrats would gladly support it. Unfortunately, this bill represents another unserious attempt by my Republican colleagues to target and scapegoat immigrants and to score cheap political points for Police Week while doing nothing to actually protect law enforcement officers. It's important to remember who this legislation is targeting. This is not about undocumented immigrants who are, of course, already removable. And this is not about people who are seeking to enter the United States. This is about people who have come here the so-called right way. We are talking about lawful permanent residents, people who have put down roots in our communities, many of whom have U.S. citizen spouses and children, and who have truly established themselves here in the United States. Many of these individuals are eligible to become U.S. citizens today. But this bill would make them deportable without even requiring that they be convicted of a crime. Simply that the assault or act constituting assault was committed, and that the individual admits to the commission of the act. That throws our whole notion of due process on its head. That's why it's absolutely critical that we adopt Mr. Correa's amendment to close this dangerous loophole. Even if we require a conviction, I am still concerned that the bill is so broad and over-inclusive that it could lead to truly absurd results and to the deportation of people who had no intention of ever harming a law enforcement officer. Let me give you 3 examples of what this bill would do as drafted. A person walks into a fire, sees a beam about to fall on a firefighter, and pushes the firefighter out of the way. He has committed an act that is an assault on the firefighter who is a peace officer, and he is deportable. A person sees 2 men fighting on the street, and he breaks them up. He pushes them aside, not knowing that one of them is an undercover police officer. He has assaulted the police officer. A Jehovah's Witness is in an ambulance. The EMT reaches over to put a line in to give him a transfusion. The Jehovah's Witness pushes his hand away. He has committed assault on the EMT, who is a peace officer, and he is therefore deportable. Now, Republicans will say that these are far-fetched, absurd examples. The problem is that under the terms of the bill, this would happen. However far-fetched you may think the example, you have to read the bill. Mr. Correa's amendment that he's going to offer would correct this. And if Mr. Correa's amendment passes, we can support the bill. If it does not, this is a dangerous bill making lawful permanent residents who've been here for many years deportable for no good reasons. For years, we've had a bipartisan understanding that individuals should be deported only for a serious offense. But this bill breaks down that understanding. I hope we'll fix the bill's most significant flaw through the amendment process, namely the Correa Amendment. If not, I must recommend that my colleagues oppose this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 5 minutes to Mr. Gabarino from New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today during Police Week to urge the passage of H.R. 2494, the Police Act of 2023. The crisis at our southern border is a clear public safety and national security threat, but also puts the lives and safety of our law enforcement officers at risk. It's not just Customs and Border Patrol agents who are affected, like the female Border Patrol agent who was violently attacked by an illegal immigrant while attempting to make an arrest in March. Local police departments have also been placed on the front lines as thousands of migrants are relocated to New York and states across the country. As the border crisis rages on unchecked and violence against law enforcement officers continues to rise, this legislation sends a crystal clear message that any non-citizen who commits acts of violence against police cannot stay in this country. The Police Act codifies something that is common sense but under current law remains ambiguous. This bill corrects that by providing clear guidelines for removal of any migrant who engages in violence against a law enforcement officer. This is about improving officer safety and making it easier to remove migrants who have demonstrated flagrant criminal violence while on U.S. soil. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of the Police Act to show our brave men and women in law enforcement that we have their backs as they continue to battle the criminal element currently taking advantage of our unsecured southern border. And to address some of my colleague from the other side of the aisle, this is not mandatory. This bill does not mandate immediate deportation. And so his admitted far-fetched, absurd examples that we just heard will be taken into account. This just says that an assault on a police officer or a firefighter or an EMT makes it a deportable offense. And I have to go on further, and we heard about this possible amendment coming forward about requiring conviction. If our district attorneys in their roles would actually prosecute crimes against police officers, I would be fine requiring conviction. But what we have seen over the past several years, where you have progressive woke district attorneys like our district attorney in Manhattan, when a police officer is assaulted, an NYPD officer is assaulted, or a firefighter is assaulted, the criminal, the assailant, is not actually prosecuted. So we can't be left to require convictions on something like this when the district attorneys in certain areas are not doing their job. So therefore, I understand the idea behind the amendment, but requiring a conviction here would tie a lot of people's hands, especially when district attorneys are not doing their jobs and assaults against law enforcement are not going prosecuted. So I urge my colleagues again on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of this piece of legislation and show that you support members of law enforcement. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from New York referenced our district attorney, Alvin Bragg. As a resident of Manhattan, I must say that I find Alvin Bragg a perfectly fine district attorney, and he's being attacked only because he has led the indictment. He has secured indictments on 34 counts against Donald Trump, and that's why they're holding him up for criticism. I am very glad that I supported him in the Democratic primary against a number of opponents 2 years ago, and he's doing a fine job, including the 34 indictments he secured against former President Trump, who it appears is also going to be indicted in Washington and in Georgia. I now yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 2494. Once again, the majority has put forward an extreme and unworkable piece of legislation. No one condones serious assaults against law enforcement officers. However, H.R. 2494 goes well beyond serious crimes to include minor offenses and would even allow people to be deported without an arrest, let alone a conviction. We hear a lot about the border from my Republican colleagues, but let's remember that this bill has absolutely nothing to do with the border or with undocumented immigrants. All this bill does is add a new way for people who are living here lawfully in the United States to be deported. Most importantly, we're talking about the ability to deport lawful permanent residents, people with green cards. My Republican colleagues like to say that they support legal immigration, that these immigrants did things the, quote, right way. Do we really want to be deporting people with lawful status, many of whom are eligible to apply for citizenship for low-level offenses without a conviction, without due process, without a day in court? Let's remember that convictions for serious assaults on law enforcement are already offenses that make someone deportable under current law. Our immigration laws can be very unforgiving and many times capture actions that we do not intend to include. Under current law, if an individual is convicted of a crime of violence and sentenced to a year or more in prison, that is an aggravated felony and that person is deportable. The same is true for someone who is convicted of what's called a crime involving moral turpitude, where the crime is punishable by imprisonment of 1 year or more. Both of these deportability grounds are already invoked when someone is convicted of a serious intentional assault on a law enforcement officer where bodily injury occurs or is intended. But under this bill, no conviction is required at all. Merely committing, quote, the essential elements of an assault makes someone deportable. Who is to say what an essential element is? This bill certainly doesn't define it. So I just want to give a couple more examples to what the ranking member already gave of what could happen under this bill and the unintended consequences of not requiring a conviction. Let's say someone gets a parking ticket. They're upset about getting a parking ticket. They crumple up the ticket, they throw it on the ground, and it lands in front of the feet of a police officer. That would actually be considered assault. Let's say an EMT is on the scene of an accident and they're going to give someone medical care, but that person is in the throes of having just been in a serious situation. They're afraid. They push the hand of that EMT away it seems like they're pushing that person away. That action would be an assault against a law enforcement officer, a deportable offense, both of them under this bill. Unfortunately, during our markup, which was lengthy, we learned that our Republican colleagues are completely fine deporting people for this kind of conduct. In fact, one colleague, Republican colleague, even said that he's fine deporting someone if there is no contact at all with law enforcement. They referred to lawful permanent residents, which I was a lawful permanent resident, probably one of the few in this body that actually knows what that means, many of whom have lived here for decades as mere guests in this country and rejected any attempt to institute any process, due process, or basic parameters around this unworkable piece of legislation. Instead of attempting to score cheap political points during Police Week, my colleagues should be working with us on real bipartisan solutions to achieve humane and just immigration reform. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me say this. I think it's very important, and this is extremely timely. We know that we've had 5 million encounters on the U.S. southern border since Biden's been president. And in that situation, with Title 42 expiring, we expect more and more law enforcement is going to have to interact with aliens. And some we know are probably on some watch list somewhere and they have a criminal history. So I think that it's timely. I think that the friends across the aisle need to join us in supporting police this week and get on board and support this bill as well. So with that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the distinguished ranking member, and I thank the manager on the other side. This is National Police Week. I started my week in joining a family from Houston whose husband and father had fallen as a police officer in the line of duty. But it was also with the throngs of men and women of law enforcement across America and families at the 42nd annual, I believe, National Memorial Day for Law Enforcement Officers. I spent quite a bit of time there interacting with officers that were not only from Texas or Houston. I want to respect the service that they've given as we, as members of Congress and Democrats, and my friends on the other side of the aisle, should do. And as we interacted, the response was an appreciation, as I expressed an appreciation for their service. We've done a number of bills on the floor, And I am glad that we had one that honored that day, and I proudly managed that bill, and as well a number of others that were on previously. There are a number of bills that have been on the floor or are on the floor today, at least two. Before I speak of the underlying bill, let me acknowledge my support for H.R. 3091, the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase, which has previously been debated, but I just want to briefly say that this deals with federal law enforcement officers in good standing. It's a smart way to deal with guns that have been retired that will allow, rather than creating dust in the GSA, and as well, who knows, falling in the wrong hands for whatever reason you might say, rather than destroying those guns, it would allow federal agencies to sell the handguns used in the performance of their duties to federal law enforcement officers in good standing, promoting public safety, reducing waste, and recouping taxpayer dollars. This is good legislation. I hope as it makes its way that they will add some form of a check, which all officers believe in, background checks, and as well that maybe they'll take those resources and invest in bringing down gun violence, which we know as of this week, 2 law enforcement officers were injured in New Mexico as a young, underage teenager had an AR-15 and killed 3 innocent civilians. It would be nice if the legislation would use those resources to help bring down gun violence. But H.R. 3091 is a good bill, and I intend to support it. We are obviously now.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield an additional minute to the gentlelady.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We're now at a time when we're talking about H.R. 2494. And I just want to say that in interacting with law enforcement officers, I've never heard one person raise this. And I don't think we can condemn prosecutors across America that they're not willing to stand up and be counted when any assault occurs against an officer. Any such legitimate assault should be both an arrest and prosecution. That's not what we're saying. And if it happens to be an LPR or green card holder or whatever status the person has, arrested and prosecuted. But what we're saying is desperate people come to this country and they work hard to get a status. And if it is legitimate, they wind up in jail. That's where they can be. 2494 ignores that. 1, it is not one that you've heard any officers asking for. 2, that person can be convicted and wind up in jail. I know there's an amendment to say if they're convicted, that would be the case, but ordinarily they would be able to serve their time. I don't think that we should use this hammer to tear families apart. To tear families apart.
Is recognized.
To tear families apart because this bill has been ill-drafted and harmful measure that does not seek to address a need that people are crying for. The bill insults prosecutors across America. You can't label them all. In essence, it insults law enforcement officers who may themselves know that somebody was in distress and they might respond accordingly. And it insults the long time it takes to become a citizen of the United States, and for some of these individuals who've been waiting and maybe had an unfortunate circumstance. We're talking about some of the incidences that Ranking Member Nadler cited. It's just unruly. And so I ask my colleagues to consider thoughtfully that we're doing good in a bipartisan way. Let us continue to do that. Police like to see that. They like to see themselves being affirmed in a bipartisan manner. They don't like to see other people being scapegoated. We want them to be safe. We don't want violence. We don't want them to be injured. That's the statement we all should make. Let's find laws that will ensure that that will not happen. With that,
time has expired.
I yield back my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to House Republicans' H.R. 2494, which is not about defending police officers, it's about deporting people. This does nothing to defend against assault. This is about discriminating against immigrants. And let me tell you why. Under Texas law, an unwanted touch can be considered assault. My Republican colleague, Congressman Troy Nehls, a former law enforcement officer himself, pointed out during bill markup that he had, quote, mixed emotions on that potentially leading to deportation. This is not theoretical. Just this month, we saw this in Texas firsthand. Evan, an Austin resident, was at our state legislature, peacefully opposing a bill there. As the bill was being taken up, the Speaker of the House ordered the gallery to be cleared. Hats aren't allowed in the chamber, so as Evan was exiting the gallery, he was carrying his baseball cap in his left hand. An officer grabbed his arm, and Evan swung around when he was surprised, and the brim of his baseball cap bumped the officer. Evan was handcuffed and was charged with assault by contact, a criminal charge. If Evan wasn't a citizen or had admitted fault, he would be deported under this proposed bill today. Another example from 2019, my constituent, Tanya, was in mental health crisis. Her friends, family, and neighbors called 911 for help, and police and an ambulance arrived. Police said they needed to handcuff her to take her to the hospital. She was terrified, she was scared, and she kicked as she was being handcuffed. Police body camera video has on recording officers saying, "Thank you. That is now assault on a police officer, a felony charge for kicking." Rather than being taken to the hospital, Tanya was booked into the jail, and we feared that she would be deported. But because there was time for due process, her lawyers intervened, members of Congress, such as Congressman Lloyd Doggett, intervened, and Tanya was able to get out rather than be deported back to a country that she was brought from as a young child. But if this law today had been in place, Tanya instead could have been automatically deported. This law undermines due process and radically expands the ability to deport families from the U.S. who have never been charged or convicted of a crime. This bill would separate families and send people potentially to a country that they've never known, all for the brush of a hat or for the pinch of an arm. I am sick and tired of preposterous bills being heard in this chamber. I'm sick and tired of hearing the Republicans are for due process, freedom, or individual liberty, when we see bills like this that do nothing to reform our immigration system, do nothing to increase public safety, and only leave as collateral damage the freedom, due process, and individual liberties of those who are struggling to make this country a better home for themselves and their families. I yield back the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill would make someone deportable if they assault a law enforcement officer, a fact that is already largely the case, as it should be. But this bill would make it a deportable offense for a legal permanent resident to merely perform the acts that might be that could describe a felony. But that, as I said before, leads to absurd results. And the gentleman may say that that's not the intended result and that wouldn't happen, but you have to read a statute as it reads, because these absurd results that I mentioned before, I'm not going to repeat them now, would be real unless the Correa Amendment, which passes. If the Correa Amendment is adopted, then it would solve the infirmities of the bill, and we could recommend passage. If that doesn't happen, we cannot. I hope we will fix this bill's most glaring flaw by requiring that a person actually be convicted of assault before their report rendered deportable. That's the Correa Amendment. If not, I will urge all members to oppose this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I urge our colleagues to pass this bill into law and support our police, our men and women in uniform. With that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Judiciary printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-4. The amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order, except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-59. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the prominent and an opponent, shall not be subject to the amendment, and shall not be subject to the demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-59. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-59, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 398, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require the Department of Homeland Security to create an annual report on the number of illegal aliens who have been deported for assaulting a law enforcement officer. This report will be made available to Congress and to the public on the DHS website. My amendment will promote accountability and transparency for the removal of these criminal aliens. The complete and total invasion taking place at our southern border has made America less safe. Biden's border crisis has opened the door to human traffickers, gang members, and other dangerous criminals who enter our country with malicious intent, threatening the safety of our citizens, of our police officers who serve as our first line of defense against crime. Earlier this year, a female Border Patrol agent was violently attacked by a male alien while attempting to make an arrest. Last year, 2 law enforcement officers were injured by an illegal alien when responding to a disturbance in New York. One officer suffered a concussion and the other had a broken hand. We cannot allow these criminals to run rampant in our communities. The American people have the right to know if illegal aliens are attacking law enforcement officers and to what extent. That's why my amendment requires DHS to be accountable and transparent about the removal of these criminals. Rather than wasting time on the Democrats' agenda to keep our southern border wide open and defund the police, House Republicans are proud to back the blue, especially this week on Police Week, as we've recognized these brave men and women throughout our country for their service. And we as Republicans have proposed policy solutions to put an end to Biden's border crisis. I want to thank my colleague and Representative Andrew Garbarino for his leadership to ensure that we can hold these illegal criminal aliens accountable for violence against law enforcement officers with H.R. 3091. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment as well as the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York?
Mr. Speaker, I claim the time in opposition, though I do not oppose the amendment.
Without objections. Without objections.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Boebert Amendment requires the Department of Homeland Security to make publicly available on its website an annual report on the number of non-citizens deported for assaulting a law enforcement officer. It is important for us to take a step back and remember what this bill is all about. This bill is attempting to add a new avenue for people who are living here lawfully in the United States to be deported. By and large, we are talking about the ability to deport lawful permanent residents, people with green cards. These are people who my Republican colleagues like to say have done things the so-called right way. I sincerely hope that this report would not be used to further demonize immigrants. However, on its face, I do not find this amendment to be objectionable. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am glad that we have found some common ground on this, and I thank my colleague for supporting this amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield.
And I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Colorado? I would like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceeding on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Rule 118-59. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-59, offered by Mr. Correa of California.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 398, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, this week is National Police Week. I want to thank every peace officer, law enforcement officer for doing their service, for protecting our communities day in and day out. And I want to make clear, Mr. Speaker, that no Democrat or Republican condones a serious assault on any peace officer, period. On the contrary, sir, we want to help our police officers do their job. You know, yesterday, my local Orange County sheriff was here to testify, to address public safety issues. And after that meeting, he pulled me aside and he reminded me of how hard and long we had worked in Orange County to gain the trust of the immigrant community, trust that public safety needs to do their job, to report crimes when they happen, to cooperate with public safety, because officers, police officers, need the help of the immigrant community to do their job. That's just a fact. But this bill threatens to undo decades of hard work of building trust between public safety and the immigrant community. This bill, in fact, is so broad that individuals can be deported for actions that they are merely accused of. Let me repeat, people can be deported for actions that they are merely accused of. And we are talking about the ability to deport lawfully permanent residents, people with green cards. Do we really want to deport these individuals, many of whom close to becoming U.S. citizens, not based on convictions, but simply an accusation? What about the tried-old notion, innocence until proven guilty? That's right. This bill, a conviction is not required. One would hope that someone who did not intend or did not cause harm would never be charged, let alone convicted of a crime. However, any conduct that could be considered an assault under this bill's broad definition would make someone deportable, even without a charge, even without a conviction. It's important to remember that convictions for serious assaults
on a law enforcement officer are offenses today that make someone deportable under current law. And in fact, we have a wide variety of criminal grounds for deportation, almost all of which require a conviction. Mr. Speaker, my amendment is a simple amendment. It is simple. It requires a conviction. My amendment simply requires a court, a judge, to decide on the facts and the law before a green card holder can be deported. My amendment is simple. It asked for due process under the law. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim my time in opposition to the amendment.
Without objection.
Mr. Correa, you're a good friend of mine, and I think one of my closest friends across the aisle, so we're going to have a little debate on your amendment, but let me just go. H.R. 2494 requires that an alien either be convicted of an offense involving assault of a law enforcement officer or admit to assaulting a law enforcement officer. Contrary to the talking points on the other side, not every ground of removability in the Immigration and Nationality Act requires a conviction. In fact, here are some removable offenses that do not require a conviction: smuggling, marriage fraud, drug abuse, drug addiction, trafficking, document fraud, terrorist activities, participation in violation of religious freedoms. By requiring at least an admission of assault, this bill conforms to the pattern of other grounds of removability, even exceeding many of those I've already listed. The language in this bill also tracks closely with the language of certain grounds of admissibility as well, such as crimes involving moral turpitude and controlled substance offenses. In a world of increasing threats against law enforcement officers, which we all support, it makes no sense to require a conviction. If an alien has admitted to assaulting a law enforcement officer, why can't the alien's own admission be used to show that that alien is deportable? And listen to what the bill requires: an admission or a conviction, an assault offense. An assault must have been against a law enforcement officer, and that assault must have been while he was performing his or her duties, because of the performance of those duties or because of his or her status as a law enforcement officer. Even then, DHS would have to charge the alien as removable. The immigration judge would have to sustain that charge of removability, and then the alien would be allowed to appear for relief to remain in the United States. This amendment would strike the reasonable provision that would allow criminal aliens to be removed if they admit to assaulting a law enforcement officer. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and with that, sir, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to Jerry Nadler.
I thank
the gentleman
gentleman
only has a minute and a half remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Mr. Correa's amendment. Adding a conviction requirement would greatly improve this bill. No one in this caucus condones serious assaults against law enforcement officers. As written, however, this bill goes well beyond serious offenses to include minor offenses and even actions for which an individual is never charged or convicted. That's right, under this bill, a conviction is not required. This will lead to bizarre consequences in which someone who had no intent of harming a law enforcement officer, but nevertheless committed an act that constituted assault, would be deemed deplorable. And remember the 3 examples I gave before of pushing a fireman out of the way of a falling beam. That would make the person deportable under this bill. It's important to remember that convictions for serious assaults on law enforcement are already offenses that make someone deportable under current law. In fact, we have a wide variety of criminal grounds for deportation, nearly all of which require a conviction. That is why adding a requirement that an individual be convicted of assaulting a law enforcement officer to become deportable would significantly improve the bill. However, it would not fix all the issues associated with this bill. For example, the bill does not require an intent to cause harm or any physical injury, which would sweep in very low-level offenses. Since the bill only impacts people who are here legally, the prospect of deporting longtime members of our communities for very minor offenses is deeply concerning. But the bill would be improved by this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment, for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Move that the committee now do rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2494, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 2494 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
For what purpose does the House will be in order? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution previously noticed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 114. Resolved that pursuant to Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the United States, Representative George Santos be, and he hereby is, expelled from the House of Representatives.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. D'Esposito of New York moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was one of the first members of this body to call on the subject of this resolution to resign, and I am personally in favor of this individual's expulsion from this House. Regrettably, however, I'm in the understanding that we currently do not have the two-thirds support from members of this House to expel that individual. I believe that this individual is a stain on this institution, a stain on the state of New York, a stain on Long Island, and a stain on the beloved Nassau County. With that said, we believe this resolution should be referred to the Committee on Ethics to ensure a thorough and expedient investigation into this matter. I firmly believe this is the quickest way ridding the House of Representatives of this scourge on government. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the motion. The question is on the motion to refer the resolution. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, on that I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 204, with 7 answering present. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 398 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 3091. Will the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, kindly take the chair?
Right now. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 3091, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 3091, a bill to allow federal law enforcement officers to purchase retired service weapons and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-59, offered by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-59, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 1 by Ms. Jacobs of California, Amendment Number 2 by Mr. McCormick of Georgia, Amendment Number 3 by Mr. Luttrell of Texas, Amendment Number 4 by Mr. Rosendale of Montana. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-59 by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-59, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 216, the nays are 219. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-59 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-59, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 248.
Mr. Larson of Connecticut. Votes no. Mr. Raskin? Votes no.
See that? The yeas are 248, the nays are 184. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-59, by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-59, offered by Mr. Luttrell of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Members are reminded this will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 232, the nays are 202. The amendment is adopted. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-59 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-59, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 218, the nays are 217. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 3091 and pursuant to House Resolution 398. I report the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration Bill H.R. 3091 and pursuant to House Resolution 398 reports the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment to the amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on the engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to allow federal law enforcement officers to purchase retired service weapons and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Recorded vote. Votes.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 232, the nays are 198. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 398, Rule 18, the Chair declares the House of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 2494. Will the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 2494. Which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to make the assault of a law enforcement officer a deportable offense and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-59, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-59, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 1 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, and Amendment Number 2 by Mr. Correa of California. The Chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-59 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-59, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 303, the nays are 126. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-59 by the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the title.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-59, offered by Mr. Correa of California.
The recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 225. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 2494. Pursuant to House Resolution 398, I report the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 2494 and, pursuant to House Resolution 398, reports the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on the amendment to the amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on the engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to make the assault of a law enforcement officer a deportable offense and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 255 and the nays are 175. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Minnesota be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 1761.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 114B of the John C. Stennis Center for Public Service Training and Development Act at 2 U.S.C. 1103 and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following individual on the part of the House to the Board of Trustees for the John C. Stennis Center for Public Service Training and Development for a term of 6 years.
State of Mississippi.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
For a 1-minute address to the body, Chair.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as the song goes, if there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? If something's weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? Madam Speaker, don't call Ghostbusters, call the police. During National Police Week, we recognize it takes strength and courage to wear a badge and answer the call. It takes commitment to respond to an emergency, to run towards gunfire, not away from it. But for law enforcement, that's just part of the job. While Crazy Town continues to demonize law enforcement, we, the people, know they are not the enemy. They are heroes. On behalf of our country, I want to say 2 words to these brave patriots that they don't hear enough. Thank you. Thank you for protecting our communities. Thank you for protecting our families. To everyone who wears a badge and enforces our laws, I and America will always back the blue. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House in a room. I just have remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss House Resolution 114. The resolution would expel a member of Congress who faces 13 federal charges, such as stealing public funds and lying on federal disclosure forms. In addition, this member has lied about his education, employment history, and even his ethnic heritage. But this resolution is about more than one member of Congress. It is about more than the typical political party play that poison this chamber. It is about what is expected from a member of Congress. It is about ethics, morality, and character. It is an opportunity to restore faith in the United States Congress. And it is an opportunity to show the country that there are consequences to actions. Many of us have children. and we tell our children that telling the truth matters. Now we have a chance to support our words with action and declare that such behavior will not be tolerated in the Congress. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Veronica Searzant for winning the Lawton M. Calhoun Award from the Greater Savannah Athletics Hall of Fame. The Calhoun Award is presented annually to the most outstanding athlete across all sports in Chatham County. Veronica is a senior at Islands High School and is committed to play volleyball next year at Syracuse University, where both her parents competed in athletics. She was selected as the Savannah Morning News Player of the Year her junior year and has been the first three-time champion of the Hollis Stacy Award, which is given to the most outstanding female athlete in Savannah. During her senior season, she was voted team captain and led the Raiders to a Region 3-4A title. Off the court, Veronica is a member of the National Honor Society, the Spanish National Honor Society, and the Future Farmers of America. I want to wish her the best of luck and know she will represent the 1st District well at Syracuse University this fall. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the motion to refer the resolution to expel George Santos to the House Ethics Committee. This is already an ongoing investigation in the Ethics Committee based on a complaint that I filed in January. And this resolution was already referred to the Ethics Committee on February 9th. But as is customary, and as my Republican colleagues know very well, that investigation is on hold until the federal criminal investigation and prosecution is resolved. So, despite my colleagues' statements to the contrary, there will be nothing quick about the ethics process. This motion today was therefore simply a way for Republicans to continue to cover for Mr. Santos. Many have called for his removal, especially freshman Republican members from New York, but when finally given an opportunity to walk the talk, they instead sat with Mr. Santos. Make no mistake about it. A vote in support of this motion today is a vote in support of Mr. Santos.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the brave men and women in blue for Florida's 7th District. I am honored to represent Seminole County and Volusia County, Florida law enforcement officers. While some of my colleagues on the left have called to defund and dismantle our police, I, as well as my fellow Republican colleagues, will always defend them. It's because of our police officers' bravery and courage on the front lines that we live safely. In times of crisis, they protect our communities by putting themselves in harm's way and at many times not being able to make it home to their loved ones. The officers we honor this week are not just members of law enforcement, they're our neighbors, our friends, and our family. They are individuals that represent the values we hold dear as Americans with integrity, honor, and courage. This week and every week, I honor their sacrifice and dedication to keeping our communities safe. Thank you, and God bless. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, over the course of our country's history, generations of American service members have made remarkable sacrifices to defend the freedoms we hold dear. As we celebrate Armed Forces Week, I ask for everyone across our country to join me in saluting the men and women who protect us, defend our freedoms, and safeguard the world from danger. As a veteran of the United States Air Force, our service members and military families hold a special place in my heart, and I will always fight to ensure they receive the respect and honor they deserve. To the men and women who serve our nation, thank you for your selfless service. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend in my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in recognition of our law enforcement in the 12th District of Georgia. This is National Police Week. Not just this week, but every week, the members of this body should honor the often unsung heroes tasked with keeping our communities safe every day. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have called to defund the police and promoted anti-police rhetoric that has resulted in a violent crime wave across the country, in many cases against our brave law enforcement officers. House Republicans proudly support law and order and stand with law enforcement nationwide. That's why our conference is dedicated this week to passing pro-law enforcement legislation, including a bill to make the assault of a police officer a deportable offense if you're in the country illegally, and more. God's word gets it right. The greatest love that you can offer is to give up your life for another. We must always support our brave men and women in uniform. Those who put their lives on the line for the safety of others should never be demonized. They should be honored. My Republican colleagues and I will never stop backing the blue. I
The
yield
gentleman's
back.
time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to call on Congress to commit to paying its bills and ensure that the significant investments of the Inflation Reduction Act are protected. The Inflation Reduction Act is a historic investment that tackles the climate crisis and strengthens American energy security, all while lowering costs for families and businesses, creating millions of good-paying jobs for American workers, and delivering on a clean energy future for our children and grandchildren. But what does this mean for Ohio's 13th congressional district? It means because of the Inflation Reduction Act, my constituents can save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year by taking advantage of tax credits to promote clean and efficient energy. It means that in just the few months that I have served here in Congress, Ohio has already received millions of dollars through the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce climate pollution in our community so all people in Ohio's 13th district can breathe clean air and drink clean water and live in a safe and healthy environment. But despite these benefits, House Republicans are falsely claiming we only have two options: default on our debt and cause economic catastrophe, or default on America by slashing environmental spending and cutting clean energy jobs funded through the IRA. We must reject the majority's false choice. The clock is ticking. I will not allow partisan politics to threaten the livelihoods of people and families in Ohio's 13th district. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. As we are in the midst of Police Week, on Thursday, riding bicycles with the Capitol Police and Speaker McCarthy from the steps of the Capitol building to the Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, I couldn't help but to think back of the day where I took the oath to become a member of the New York City Police Department. And upon my many visits to the Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, I think back to the inscription underneath the lion that says, "It is not how these individuals died that made them heroes, it's how they lived." So I want to recognize the heroes that were added to the wall from my district, representing the Nassau County Police Department: Hector Nunez, Matt Perlunger, Charles Vroom IV, and Robert Negri. Their families were here on Capitol Hill this week to watch as their loved ones were added to the wall. And we were reminded each day that it wasn't how they died that made them heroes. It was how they lived. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week during the National Police Week, House Republicans are again exploiting law enforcement for political gain rather than helping law enforcement with real policy. House Republicans are using messaging bills to nowhere to trick the public into thinking they support law enforcement while turning around and stripping communities of the funds necessary to support local law enforcement agencies across the country. It was only 2 weeks ago that House Republicans voted to slash funding for law enforcement by 22%. That would decimate local law enforcement agencies nationwide while leaving our streets unsafe and our communities vulnerable. I call on my colleagues to reject the empty rhetoric and instead work with House Democrats to provide the resources necessary to actually support our law enforcement officers and their mission to protect and to serve our families and our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight a great injustice happening to constituents of mine in Siskiyou County, California. Against their wishes and interests, the hydroelectric dams on the Klamath River are in line to be demolished and removed. These removals will have a very negative effect on the economy for the residents of Siskiyou County, as much of their tax base relies on those dams and the power they and energy they produce. It'll devalue their property, and the hydroelectric power, everybody wants green power, carbon-free power, will be eliminated and have to be found some other way. These property owners are going to be hurt drastically by this, but they're supposed to be compensated what's called the Klamath Mitigation Fund. It seems the parent agency of this fund, the Klamath River Reclamation Corporation, a shell corporation created to take over the ownership of the dams and have no liability, has used extremely subjective criteria when evaluating which property owners will get compensation, which won't even be close to the amount that they lose in their water wells and their property values, as the lakefront will no longer be a lake from the Copco Reservoir. They should really be compensated for this, but on top of that, we really shouldn't be tearing out dams when we already have a shortage of electric power, especially green hydroelectric power that renews every time it rains. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I am proud today to recognize the outstanding Anna Lively from Lehighton, Pennsylvania. Anna will graduate this year from Lehighton Area High School, in addition to receiving an associate degree in communications from Lehigh Carbon Community College. And although she's only graduating this year, Anna has been an avid reporter since 2019. She reports for Sports Illustrated Kids, covering press conferences, conducting interviews, and reporting on assignment like any other reporter with press credentials. She writes for MLB.com, where she is the only young person asking questions of Major League Baseball players during interviews. She created her own podcast, Speak Up for Sports, where she covered the MLB Hall of Fame induction ceremony and interviewed an Olympic medalist, an NFL official, MLB general managers, and more, and where she highlighted the importance of Title IX and the contributions of women in sports. For these achievements and more, Anna received the Congressional Gold Medal. She is well deserving of this highest national honor. I'm so optimistic for what the future of journalism looks like, thanks to young people like Anna. She has a bright future, and on behalf of all of Pennsylvania's 7th District, congratulations, Anna.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week is National Police Week, and we recognize the bravery of our law enforcement officers and honor the lives of those tragically lost in the line of duty. Whether they're keeping deadly drugs off our streets, combating crime in our communities, or acting as emergency responders, our local police do life-saving work each and every day. But they've been asked to do more with less, often taking on additional responsibilities without additional resources. In my district, I toured a local police department which currently operates out of an attic because they lack the funds to upgrade their facilities. Other departments struggle to recruit and retain officers and upgrade aging equipment. This is unacceptable, and Congress must step in to invest in our local departments. We have to deliver sufficient funding to our local law enforcement that will ensure they can do their jobs, keeping our communities safe. I'm grateful for the brave men and women of law enforcement who put on the uniform to serve and protect, and I'm thankful for their family members who serve alongside them. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the winners of the 2022 Congressional App Challenge for my district, Jessica Nguyen, Henry Vu, and Jasmine Chow. These constituents created a Menu Note application, a study app that improves their classmates' productivity, academic performance without essentially mental burnout. These students are part of the Garden Grove High School first AP Computer Science group where they learned coding and design skills. And together, these students combine scientific, proven study techniques, psychological studies on motivation and productivity. The result, the Menu app. Jessica, Henry, and Jasmine, we are proud of you. Keep up the good work. Madam Speaker, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today as Vice Chairman of the Congressional Steel Caucus to highlight a recent letter I wrote with Chairman Crawford to the administration. Specifically, we request that the Department of Commerce and the Office of the U.S. Trade Representatives take action to address a recent surge of steel imports from Mexico. The letter highlights how recent reports reveal significant volumes of steel that were melted and poured in countries such as Brazil, South Korea, and Russia have entered our market through Mexico. This development is very concerning to us as it is occurring when American steel industry is making significant investments in new, state-of-the-art, low-emission steel facilities. I look forward to continuing to work with the Steel Caucus and the administration to address this matter and defend American workers and steel manufacturers. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today on behalf of the mothers, fathers, children, sons, daughters, beloved friends, and community members whose livelihoods, dignity, and in some cases, survival is under attack by Republicans in Congress who are threatening to crash our economy if we don't bend to their pro-hunger, anti-family, anti-senior, anti-worker class agenda to pay for handouts for their billionaire donors. Like so many of the folks I proudly represent, I was raised by a single mother in a working class home. When times were tough, we depended on food assistance from SNAP and health care from Medicaid. I became the first in my family to go to college because I received a Pell Grant, and I'm still in hundreds of thousands of dollars in student debt because I had the audacity to attend law school. I'm able to be in Congress uplifting the voices of poor and working class folks in my community and across the country because of the lifelines Republicans are hell-bent on tearing away. So let's not get it twisted. Right now, Republicans are trying to fool you into thinking that they genuinely care about spending. They hurt everyone in their giveaways to the price gougers that fund their campaigns, and they turn around and blame black folks and brown folks and poor folks and immigrants for the mess they created. They claim that if we don't strip away food from the struggling, subsistence from seniors, and earned benefits from the elderly to give billionaires the benefits of a tax break, you and your family will pay the price. They're lying to you, but you deserve the truth. The truth is that this isn't about balancing the budget. This is about attacking working class, middle class, poor, and marginalized Americans to serve themselves and their filthy rich friends. The truth is that if Republicans get their way, in Pennsylvania alone, almost 100,000 women, children, and seniors would lose access to food assistance. Over 15,000 children and parents would lose access to preschool and child care. Housing costs would increase for over 20,000 people already struggling to keep a roof over their heads, and college would get more expensive or out of reach entirely for nearly 200,000 PA students. 310 rail safety inspection days would be cut. Just months after Western Pennsylvania, right next to Ohio, suffered from the train derailment in East Palestine. And half a million Pennsylvanians would be at risk of losing life-saving health care coverage under Medicaid. The truth is that if Republicans don't get their way, they're threatening to default on our nation's bills, crash our economy, and unleash economic catastrophe that would kill at least 7 million jobs, 7,000 in my congressional district alone. They're threatening Medicare, Social Security, and veterans' health coverage for nearly 300,000 people in the 2 counties I represent, threatening to increase lifetime mortgage costs by $37,000, and threatening the retirement savings of 100,000 soon-to-be seniors, eliminating 20,000 from typical retirement portfolio. But this isn't about statistics. This is about people's lives. This is about the single mother who, like mine when I was growing up, is paid wages so low at her multiple jobs that she needs food assistance to make sure her kids don't get on the school bus hungry. This is about the nurse who is in medical debt to the hospital she works for, where the CEO is paid millions of dollars, but she is paid so little, she depends on Medicaid for health care for her and her children. This is about the student who has no choice but to take on so much student debt that they know it'll be impossible to ever pay it off, and might not be able to start a business or buy a home or start a family or build the life they deserve. And it's about the student whose great-grandparents were enslaved, whose today's Republicans are hell-bent on keeping shackled by hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans to the point where their dreams are becoming the first in their family to go to college will be torn away entirely. This is about the child getting ready to start preschool, whose parents will now have to choose between putting gas in their tank and getting their car repaired and giving their child the head start we know could determine their future ability to thrive. It's about the moms and dads who want to work but know they won't be able to because this Republican majority wants to raise child care costs that are already so high that it makes more sense to just stay home. It's about your parents who could lose their ability to retire in dignity, and the veteran who could lose access to treatment for PTSD after spending their life serving this country. And it's about our grandparents who won't be able to afford the medication they need to stay alive, to meet their grandchildren if Republicans cause a default. And let's not forget, this is also about the billionaire CEO who is bankrolling the Republican politicians behind this attack on working families to win themselves yet another handout that will be paid for by tearing food and shelter away from all the folks I just described, millions of families just to buy another shiny new yacht or another vacation home or another fat check to those same politicians as a thank you for the favor. By forcing a choice between agreeing to their authoritarian tactics or default, Republicans are erasing the voices of millions of people in this country who oppose default, who oppose economic catastrophe, who oppose tearing away food stamps and health care and Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare. Republicans are using the threat of default to override the will of the majority of the country and bury poor and working class Americans. And we cannot and we will not let them. I now yield to Representative Stansbury.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I stand before you today to defend the very survival of New Mexicans. Families like my own, working families, who work hard every single day and still struggle to make ends meet, who still struggle to put food on the table, who still struggle to put a roof over their head. Families who depend on vital services and programs like mine that enabled me not only to survive, but to go to school and to stand here today as your Congresswoman. These programs save lives. And yet, the GOP is attempting to hold the entire country, New Mexico, our families, and our economy hostage if we do not gut these vital life-saving programs, or they will tank the economy to achieve their political ends. In return for upholding the full faith and credit of the United States and paying our bills as a nation, right now Republicans are demanding that we cut funding for food, for housing, for tribal programs, for education, and countless other life-saving programs that our families depend on. I am here today with my colleagues from the Progressive Caucus to say that we will stand and we will defend these programs because our families' lives are not bargaining chips in this crusade to cut government programs and services. Their lives and dignity matter. Just 2 weeks ago, I was home in our community and stood with members of our community at the Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless Memorial Wall. This wall is covered with tiles with names of members of our community who have been lost to homelessness. Mothers, grandmothers, fathers, children, aunties, and uncles. People who were loved. People who were lost. People whose lives mattered in our community and were lost to the senseless impacts of homelessness. But make no mistake, the programs that the GOP is currently proposing to slash will impact thousands of New Mexicans who are currently facing housing insecurity and millions of lives across this country gutting programs around housing and food insecurity. Families who could face eviction from their homes because they no longer have supports. This includes families with children, our elders, veterans, and those with disabilities. This is not only wrong, it is immoral, because housing is not a luxury. Housing is a fundamental human right. But I also cannot believe that I'm standing here today in defense of veterans programs as well, because the GOP is currently proposing to cut our veterans programs by double digits. These are programs that serve our heroes who have dedicated their lives and put their lives on the front line in the defense of our country, our national security, and the freedoms that all of us enjoy. We not only have a sacred obligation to help and preserve those programs, but to ensure that the countless veterans who have already served our country can access the care that they deserve. These cuts could impact 81,000 healthcare professionals within the VA system. That means putting our nation's heroes' lives at risk and creating even longer lines to see healthcare professionals. That's 30 million less visits, affecting over 60,000 veterans in New Mexico alone. Our veterans bravely served our nation, and it is our responsibility to defend these programs because their care is not up for debate. But Republicans are not only proposing to slash these programs, they're also proposing to cut other health care programs. In fact, more than 60% of New Mexicans depend on the life-saving care that they receive through Medicaid and Medicare or both. If the GOP were successful in putting through these draconian cuts in the Default for America Act, more than 280,000 New Mexicans would be at risk of losing their health insurance, and more than 21 million Americans would be without access to care. But this won't just affect healthcare. It will affect the ability of our elders to get access to their Social Security. And for all of you out there who are listening, you know how vital those Social Security payments are to making sure that our elders can eat and put a roof over their head. And also because you paid into that system and it is yours. Growing up, my family experienced many of the same challenges that so many countless New Mexicans and Americans struggle with today. The programs that we are talking about that would be gutted through these heartless cuts would not only have affected families like mine and my ability to survive and stand here today, they will affect millions of Americans. And so this is very personal to me. Lifting the debt ceiling should not be a crisis. It has been routine for decades. In fact, under both Republicans and Democrats, we have raised the debt ceiling, we have paid our bills, we have made good on our responsibility and our fiscal responsibilities as a country. It is dangerous to play games with the full faith and credit of our nation and our economy, but it is heartless to propose to gut these programs. As the Congresswoman for New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, I ask my Republican colleagues to consider what these programs mean, the millions of lives that are standing at risk, the millions who will be impacted, those who could lose their housing, the children whose mouths will not be fed. This is what is at stake in this hostage situation, and we will not stand idly by, because we are fighting, not only fighting for the full faith and credit of the United States and our economy, but for the working families of this country to ensure that we do not balance the budget and make good on our fiscal responsibilities on the backs of working people, because we were elected to serve our communities and to serve our country. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I yield to Representative Garcia.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today because a couple of months ago, a freight train derailed in my district. Thankfully, the cars that derailed were not carrying any hazardous materials and no one was hurt. And earlier this month, another passenger train derailed nearby as it left the station. 25% of the nation's trains pass through the Chicagoland area, and many of the country's largest freight lines pass through my district. There are children in my district who hop over mile-long trains that block their path to school. So why am I talking about rail safety when we're supposed to be talking about the default? Because in Illinois alone, the Republican Default on America Act would take away more than a year's worth of rail safety inspection days, 470 to be exact. If they get their way, Republicans will make rail more dangerous in my district and across the country. And when accidents happen, communities like mine pay the price. For that reason, and for the many reasons that my colleagues are here to bring up, we continue to reject the Republicans' default plan. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, House Republicans are here yet again to urge President Biden to avoid the impending default crisis and strike a deal with House Republicans. We have to do this. For over 100 days now, Joe Biden and Democrats have wasted valuable time refusing to offer a reasonable solution to raise the debt ceiling and prevent our nation from default. So House Republicans did our job. We did it here. We passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act almost 3 weeks ago. Our bill is a really important measure because it will do a number of things. It will save taxpayers nearly $5 trillion. It'll set common sense caps on future spending levels. It will grow the economy. It'll increase American energy production to lower prices on working families. And it will defund this administration's aggressive expansion of the IRS. And it lifts the debt ceiling. This is responsible legislation. We got together and we did our job. The bill has not changed, and neither has our position. We will not, under any circumstances, accept a clean debt ceiling increase. We can't do that. We have a stewardship responsibility. Our fiscal house is not in order here, and this negotiation may be the only real opportunity that Congress has to address Washington's spending obsession and begin to get our debt under control until the next election cycle. We are $31.7 trillion in federal debt. Inflation is sky high, interest rates are only continuing to rise, and yet, what does this president do? Joe Biden can barely be bothered to address the threat of the collapse of our financial system. The entire debate is symptomatic of the unmitigated rot that has afflicted Washington. Our constituents know the parties have to negotiate, the markets know we need to negotiate, and until a decade ago, Joe Biden did himself. We have all these quotes on record. I mean, as recently as 2011, when he was in charge on the Senate side, and he was over here negotiating with the House, he said over and over and over how important this was, how important it is to the process, and how anyone who says it's only my way or the highway was being irresponsible. You know what? He was right. We're just asking him to live by his own mantra. Look, I'm confident that the White House will come to its senses soon. It has to. But if not, Americans know there is only one person to blame. It is President Biden. Madam Speaker, while we're dealing with that, we also recognize and we're delighted to celebrate National Police Week. And it is my honor to lead this group of speeches tonight, honoring the men and women who risk their lives daily to keep our communities safe. I'm the son of a first responder who was critically injured, permanently displayed in the line of duty. My dad was an assistant chief firefighter in Shreveport, Louisiana, and in 1984, September 17th of that year, he was burned 80% of his body, third-degree burns. He had about a 5% chance to live, and he miraculously survived, and he struggled with those injuries for decades longer. And I lost him just 3 days before I got elected to Congress. I know personally the risk that first responder families face every single day. But Madam Speaker, we aren't just on the floor speaking tonight. We have work product to back up what we're saying. The House Republicans have made support for law enforcement a central part of our agenda in this Congress. This week, we passed multiple pieces of legislation to support these brave men and women. Today, we passed the Police Act, which makes assaulting a law enforcement officer a deportable offense for those in the country illegally. This bill's passage could not come soon enough because, as we know, both illegal immigration and assaults on police officers continue to rise, and increased penalties like these will help deter future attacks against officers. We also passed the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase Act, which gives officers the option to purchase their service weapon at fair market value once they retire. It's just common sense legislation. And tomorrow, we're going to pass House Concurrent Resolution 40. This resolution condemns efforts to defund or dismantle local law enforcement agencies, and it also condemns attacks against police officers. Just today, we watched, sadly, as Chicago laid to rest Officer Ariana Preston, who was tragically shot and killed outside of her home this month in a targeted attack. Officer Preston was just 24 years old, fresh-faced and idealistic, eager to serve the people of Chicago. But her life was cut short, due in part to dangerous anti-police rhetoric that is often used in these halls, and it's a shame. Madam Speaker, one would think that a resolution condemning attacks on police officers would pass through this House, of course, unanimously. But you know what? That wasn't the case last night. Two Democrats in this body, one of which has paid astonishing sums of money for armed personal security, voted against this measure. But this problem goes far beyond those two members in question. As I've recounted multiple times in our House Judiciary Committee, dozens of members of the House Democrat Caucus have publicly called to either defund or dismantle the police departments when America lost its collective mind during the summer of 2020. This is exactly why it's so important that House Republicans lead the charge in support of law enforcement, and we will. After 4 years of inaction and demonization of these heroic officers, the People's House now decisively backs the blue. Madam Speaker, I am delighted to be joined by a number of my colleagues, some of the stars of the House, and I'm happy to yield first to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening. This week we commemorate National Police Week. It is a time for us to honor our brave men and women in blue who steadfastly dedicate their lives to serving and protecting our communities. This week is a solemn reminder that our peace and security are often maintained at great personal risk to these brave individuals. I want to thank our officers, our first responders throughout the 17th Congressional District of New York. Many of them I have had the good fortune to know personally, and to understand the sacrifice that they and their families make day in, day out to keep our community safe. My district has roughly 50% of households having a cop, a firefighter, a first responder, a veteran living in it. These brave men and women go to work every day knowing that they are risking their own lives to protect, defend, and save the lives of others. Just last week, I joined my colleagues in placing wreaths at the names of fallen police officers all along the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. I placed a wreath by the names of Sergeant Edward O'Grady and Police Officer Waverly Brown, who, along with security guard Peter Page, lost their lives protecting Rockland County during the Brinks robbery in 1981. We will never forget their sacrifice or their families. 9 children who were fatherless because of the actions of depraved criminals and domestic terrorists. Placing that wreath served as a solemn reminder to me that our police officers stand on the front lines of our society, never knowing if they will make it home while working to keep our communities safe, which is why our support must transcend beyond mere words. It must reflect in our actions as a conference and as a House, which is why House Republicans just passed H.R. 2494, the Police Act. This legislation will help maintain the dignity and safety of our officers by providing serious consequences for those who harm them. Under this bill, non-citizens found guilty of assaulting a police officer would face deportation. In the face of increasing challenges, the Police Act is a crucial step towards ensuring that our police officers are afforded the respect and the protection they deserve. Another important bill we are voting on tomorrow is House Concurrent Resolution 40, which expresses support for law enforcement officers all across the country and condemns calls to disband or defund the police. There are colleagues on the other side of the aisle who spend days assailing the brave men and women in law enforcement, and this resolution will very quickly weed out those who back the blue and those who don't. Living just north of New York City, I'm reminded the days of 9/11 and the aftermath, and the brave men and women who went down running towards danger, going on into ground zero to try and recover and save lives. Many of these individuals today suffer from 9/11 related illnesses. It is a travesty, and we must always stand by them and show our support for them. And today, when I think of New York City, I see a city that is hurting, a city with a massive increase in violent crime, disastrous policies at the state and city level, a failed cashless bail law, which releases violent criminals back onto the streets. Over 40% of those who have been released on non-monetary bail for felony offenses have been rearrested while those charges are pending. It's such a disaster, the governor and the state legislature have tried to amend it 3 times. It needs to be scrapped, and they need to start over. You have the anti-crime unit being disbanded. Its primary function is to get illegal guns off the street. Parole for unrepentant cop killers and child rapists. Non-enforcement of petty crimes. Raise the age where 16 and 17-year-olds are being treated in family court while using a gun in the commission of a crime rather than criminal court. And it's not just New York City. It's happening in Chicago, in Washington, D.C., in Portland. It is shameful what is going on across America, and it must be stopped. So as we honor police officers and law enforcement everywhere during National Police Week, let's make a commitment to act at a federal level, at a state level, at a local level. Let's stand up and support the men and women in law enforcement. And let's hold violent criminals and repeat offenders accountable for their conduct. This is a choice. They choose to commit crimes. Nobody is making them commit a crime. And they must be held accountable, especially in cases of violent offenses. Period. I want to thank the chairman for hosting this special order hour tonight and encourage all of my colleagues to stand in support of the men and women in law enforcement. I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. That's a compelling testimony. And we took the House Judiciary Committee to Lower Manhattan just a few weeks back, right in Alvin Bragg's backyard, the DA, the Soros-funded DA, and we let victims of crime tell their tragic stories, and it was really, really something to hear. And there's a lot to be said about this issue. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I'm going to yield to another great gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, Americans demand that their elected leaders step up and do the work of the people. And so, 3 weeks ago, this body did exactly that. It passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act to avoid a debt default and to put in place common sense controls on our out-of-control federal spending. The Limit, Save, Grow Act will reduce our federal deficit by $4.8 trillion over the next decade and lifts the debt ceiling to avoid this looming crisis, all while protecting seniors and veterans. We've demonstrated to the American people that we are committed to doing the work of the American people on critical issues, providing real solutions, and working to retake our place on the world stage. Yet our bill was met by even more silence from the White House and childish derision from leadership in the Senate. No negotiation, no counterproposal. In short, not an ounce of work from the executive branch nor the other half of the legislative branch. Maybe they were too busy. Maybe they were on vacation. Maybe they hadn't thought through the disastrous consequences of doing nothing. No work, no solutions, no negotiations, no plan. The Biden-Schumer default is coming for your Social Security check because they refuse to show up for work. Just remember, the Limit, Save, Grow Act restores funding to fiscal year 2022 levels. If you liked veteran benefits in 2022, you will like them in our bill. In fact, the House GOP, through the Appropriations Committee, has announced our proposal to increase the budget for the Department of Veteran Affairs by nearly $18 billion. And for the record, I'm a proud veteran, and I'm insulted by our opponents' false accusations. Now is the time to show Americans what true leadership looks like. I implore our President and our Senate colleagues to come to the table and do the work that the people have sent us here to do. Their inaction and inability to work to find common ground has not gone unnoticed by our citizens. I'm here to do the work of the people. My Republican colleagues are here to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank you for your good work, and I thank you for your service as well. And we will take care of the veterans. That's what Republicans do, and that bill passed out of the Appropriations Committee sends a strong message that was, let's say, misinformation by the other side about the veterans funding. Thank you for that, my friend. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to my dear friend from the state of Utah, Super Bowl champion, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, so much. Today, I rise to celebrate and honor our brave men and women in law enforcement who paid the ultimate price to protect and serve our communities and preserve our American way of life. In our nation's capital, there's a 304-foot long wall, the National Law Enforcement Memorial, that features the names of more than 22,000 officers who sacrificed themselves in the line of duty. Beyond this magnificent architect, the legacy of service, dedication, and hard work remains etched in every American heart and continues to inspire generations of police officers. Throughout our nation, our men and women in blue risk their lives to fight crime, respond to emergencies, and keep our communities safe. During National Police Week, I want to highlight courageous officers who have gone above and beyond to serve others. The Rivington Police Department recently recognized the Violent Fugitive Apprehension and Suppression Team, VFAS, as Partners of the Year. It deploys innovative investigative methods to apprehend violent fugitives. Officer Kevin Salmon, a combat veteran and a Purple Heart recipient, received the inaugural Fraternity Order Police Officer Wellness Award due to his pioneering work to promote the wellness of mental and physical health of his fellow officers. The team at the Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake has built a relationship of trust and confidence between law enforcement officers and the Salt Lake community to help at-risk youth pursue life-changing academic and professional opportunities. Detective Mauricia Menzona is a beloved member of the Harriman Police Force, dedicated to quality education, welfare, and safety of students in her role as a school resource officer at Copper Mountain Middle School in Harriman, Utah. The Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, established by Saratoga Springs, is at the forefront of battle against human traffickers and online predators. It's been an honor of my lifetime to represent and champion this extraordinary police force in my district and throughout the country. We begin our nation with certain promises, the promise of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and that can only happen in an environment of safety. The fact that we have the most robust middle class, the biggest dreamers, the most innovative states in the world today is because we have a nation of safety. And I want to take this time to thank all those who've given their lives, given their efforts to get up every single morning to go out and protect this nation and come back home to a family that they've done their job to make sure we stay safe. So to all my friends in law enforcement, thank you for all you do, and happy National Police Week. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. That was so well said, and thank you for highlighting those specific examples of brave men and women in the state of Utah who put on the badge every day to do that really important job. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Alabama, a great member from there, Mr. Strong.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in recognition of those in law enforcement that gave all from the 5th District of Alabama. William Street, Tim Anderson, James Foster, William Russell, W.L. Steele, William Baber, Lim Jones, Frank McKissick, Frank Bass, James Eubanks, Carl Anderson, Ed Kirby, Burns Allman, James Drake, Hugh Kraft, Thomas Wright, William Barr, Matthew Wan, William McInn, Bedford Bracken, Yule Starr, Alan Logal, Kelly Vault, Charles Drake, Wayne Bogus, Billy Daly, Preston Butler, William Gaskin, Benton McLemore, Leo Glover, Kenneth McDonald, Billy Clardy Jr., Michael Twilley, David Temple, Simi Jeffries, Charles Bowles, Stephen Tyser, Dewey Dorsey, Thomas Lewis, Billy Thrower, Willis Vaughn Moore, Haskell McLean, Anthony Mims, Larry Russell, Daniel Golden, William Freeman, David Young, Keith Earl, Billy Clardy III, and yes, you heard that right, Billy Clardy Jr. and Billy Clardy III, a father and son, both lost in the line of duty some 50 years apart. Walter Johnson, Steve Finley, Garrett Crumley, who was ambushed just 52 days ago. I stand before you today and honor these fallen officers of Alabama's 5th Congressional District. We will not forget the sacrifice they have made. I will not stop fighting for the brave men and women of our law enforcement until the day that I do not have a single name to read. Furthermore, I want to take this moment to recognize retired Sheriff Joe W. Patterson, who served as Madison County, Alabama Sheriff for 4 terms. Sheriff Patterson inspired many at a young age to serve our community. To this day, he is a mentor to law enforcement officers across North Alabama. In 1990, Sheriff Patterson offered me the opportunity to attend the police academy. While I did not take him up on that offer, he later swore me in anyway as a deputy sheriff, and later in life I served with the Sheriff's Department's office in the Narcotics Division. I'm grateful for his continued leadership and years of service to our community and to the greater Madison County, Alabama region. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, and thank you for that, and thank you for your service, my friend. I didn't know that about your bio. That's impressive. And I am really, really grateful, as we all are, for those who gave their lives in the line of duty, and we do pray blessings over their families and all those left behind. Madam Speaker, I am delighted to yield to somebody who knows a little bit about sacrifice, one of my favorite people in the world, gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird.
I would like to thank my colleague from Louisiana for giving me this opportunity. So, Madam Chair, you know, this National Police Week, we pause to recognize the brave men and women in blue and who are committed to keeping our communities safe, and we remember those who lost their lives in the line of duty. Our nation is blessed to have the bravest and most professional police officer in the world. This week gives us the ability not only to recognize their commitment to preserving peace and saving lives, but it gives us the chance to assess what we can do in Congress to help support them and to make their lives a bit easier as they protect our communities. I may be biased, but I believe West Central Indiana has some of the finest law enforcement officers in the country, and I'm fortunate to have an open line of communication with them to identify issues that require federal solutions. Sheriff Myers in Morgan County has been instrumental in helping craft my bill, the PART Act, which gives law enforcement officials the tools they need to hold thieves accountable for catalytic converter theft. This may seem like a relatively small problem, but you ask any law enforcement official in your district, and they'll tell you that skyrocketing catalytic converter theft are taking up a lot of their time and resources that can be used for a better purpose. This is an easy and bipartisan way for us to support our law enforcement officials, and I'd encourage my colleagues to consider helping me get this bill across the finish line so we can unburden some of our law enforcement. To close, I just want to say this. To the men and women in blue who have dedicated their lives to protecting others, thank you for your service, and thank you for keeping us safe. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, my friend, and thank you for your service in keeping us safe. And, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to a gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Madam Speaker, I rise to encourage President Biden to withdraw the nomination of Julie Su for Secretary of Labor. At this pivotal moment for the American workforce, we need a Secretary of Labor who is on the side of workers. With Ms. Sue's nomination stalled, the Biden administration is currently going to extraordinary lengths to try to save it. In a story headline, "Pressure Mounts to Confirm Julie Su to be Labor Secretary," the Washington Post reports that the White House is engaged in a full-court press to confirm Su and has launched a daily war room call to strategize on how to get her confirmed. The Bloomberg headline reads, "White House prods Senate holdouts to end stalemate over DOL's Su," reporting that White House officials are launching a final lobbying push to convince undecided senators to vote for President Biden's embattled Labor Secretary nominee. Politico's headline reads, "Biden world goes to the mat to get Julie Su confirmed," reporting that the Biden White House is ramping up its pressure on Senate Democrats and deploying some big guns to get her nomination over the line, saying a full court press is on for the Labor nominee as confirmation remains in doubt. Madam Speaker, if this were a qualified nominee, there'd be no need for a full court press, a war room, or a lobbying push. There'd be no need for prodding, ramping up pressure, or going to the mat. Even at this late hour, we are receiving additional information that further disqualifies Ms. Su from being confirmed. In addition to her track record of gross mismanagement and attacking workers, she has also demonstrated a disrespect for the rule of law. At a recent hearing I chaired of the Education and Workforce Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, a former administrator of the Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division, Tammy McCutcheon, testified that the Department of Labor, which is currently led by Acting Secretary Su, is ignoring current law when it comes to classifying independent contractors. Even though the courts have determined that the Trump administration's legal standard, which protects independent contracting, is still the law, this standard, she testified, is nowhere to be found on DOL's website, which instead contains a different set of factors that isn't the law, but that Acting Secretary Su would prefer to enforce because they're designed to deprive freelancers of their livelihoods. Ms. McCutcheon testified the DOL's website is providing erroneous information and misleading the public, and she further testified that enforcement activity appears to ignore current law as well. This disregard for the law was a hallmark of Julie Su's tenure in California, where she served as Governor Gavin Newsom's Secretary of Labor. For instance, a memo recently released by the agency she headed in California shows that Su directed her staff to obstruct U.S. Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement officials who visited state labor offices. This memo was only obtained, by the way, directly from the California agency after Su repeatedly ignored and refused requests to provide it as part of the confirmation process. In the memo, Ms. Su provided instructions to her staff for obstructing federal immigration authorities, writing, quote, "Labor Commissioner's staff should not voluntarily permit a federal immigration agent to enter any part of our office. Staff should ask the agent to leave our office, including the waiting room, and inform the agent that the Labor Commissioner does not consent to entry or search of any part of our office. Doors that lead to the inner office suite and office doors that are generally locked or shut should not be voluntarily opened for the agent." In addition to obstructing immigration enforcement in her role as California Labor Secretary, Ms. Su also defied the will of Congress. At our recent hearing of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee, witness Karen Anderson, a leader of independent contractors in California, testified how during the COVID shutdowns, Secretary Su withheld benefits from independent contractors that Congress had provided under the CARES Act. Ms. Anderson testified that Ms. Su tried to entrap independent contractors into applying for regular state unemployment benefits, even though they weren't qualified for them. This was a ploy designed to get independent contractors to characterize their clients as employers, thereby triggering an audit of their businesses under the state's notorious AB 5 law, which Ms. Su was an architect of. This not only placed an additional burden on these small businesses, which were already in many cases on their last legs because of the lockdowns, but it delayed independent workers from receiving the benefits that Congress had authorized and that they were entitled to by law. Even California Congressman Adam Schiff wrote a letter to Su at the time instructing her to release the benefits as Congress had intended. Madam Speaker, it is beyond doubt that if confirmed, Julie Su would not be a partner of this Congress. She would readily defy the will of Congress and defy the law when it suited her or the administration's purposes. She is manifestly unqualified to lead the United States Department of Labor, and I urge the President to withdraw her nomination. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. Madam Speaker, I am happy to yield next to another gentleman from California, Ms. Lamothe.
Thank you to my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for leading us once again as we get out the good word of our optimism for Congress and for the people of the United States. So this being National Police Week, we start off my portion by extending my gratitude to all those officers who bravely wear the badge and uphold our laws. As my colleagues before me have emphasized, crime rates indeed are rising exponentially due to soft on crime attitudes, early release policies, district attorneys that will not prosecute the crimes that people really care about, and even calls to defund police departments, though some of the cities that have done that are now seeing the fruits of that labor and are backtracking on that embarrassingly for them. In 2021, a record number of officers were killed in the line of duty. Many more have been injured by dangerous criminals while on the job. We pray for their safety of our law enforcement personnel as they continue carrying out their mission to uphold the law for us. My heart goes out to all the families who have lost a loved one in the line of duty. Indeed, the price has been too high as there's been too many lost. This week, we're honoring all who lost their lives while in the line of duty. I want to highlight one from Arbuckle, California, a native of Northern California. Natalie Corona was a rising star of the Davis Police Department. One of her colleagues recalled a time when she went out of her way to aid a victim of the Camp Fire in Paradise, California, in response to a call. Her father, of course, is a 26-year veteran of the Colusa County Sheriff's Department. He said that there was no question that Natalie Corona would one day work in law enforcement. In 2019, though, Natalie was only 22 years old. She was ambushed while responding to a minor three-vehicle collision. Natalie was randomly shot and killed without warning for doing her job and helping others. Ultimately, I don't think that it's fair that our law enforcement personnel are expected to put their lives on the line to protect law and order. Meanwhile, the Democrat lawmakers here in D.C. and Sacramento and our state capital continuously fuel crime and put officers like this needlessly in danger for what they do and lack of prosecution and lack of making them see through their terms in our prisons. These policies and hateful rhetoric really makes their job much harder. There's plenty of those lawmakers in our California state capitol and this capitol right here, right now, trying to still make it harder for the police while simultaneously spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on their own private security for themselves. Amazing. The names of 54 fallen law enforcement officers in California's 1st District are inscribed at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. Indeed, once again, far too many. Lawmakers in D.C. and in the blue states, such as my own, California, need to get serious about locking up criminals and leaving them there for their full term, not let them out for sorry excuses such as, COVID releases, or, we don't want the death penalty in California for heinous crimes that they do. We need to give our law enforcement personnel the encouragement that their work will not be made trivial by these release programs, these lack of prosecutions, and that we're going to have the resources for them to stop crime and to help hold up the law that we ask them to do as Americans. So indeed, it's a somber occasion when we memorialize those that we've lost, but we're very grateful that they're willing to serve in what is a really, really tough business at a time when they seem more and more persecuted than ever, that we want them to know that still the very vast majority of Americans appreciate them, that they answer the call, that they're willing to line up and do this work for us in order to help keep our streets in a way that we can be normal and do normal things and not have to worry about endless break-ins or thuggery, taking advantage of innocent people just going along trying to do normal things in their day-to-day lives. So we're just eternally grateful for our law enforcement officers as we recognize them this week. To my colleague, Mr. Johnson, thank you once again. Now yield back.
Thank you, my good friend, and for your comments and really the sad state of things in California with so much that's going on there. And you're right, it's a blue state that really needs to get its act together, and I'm glad that we can come here and have this opportunity to honor men and women in law enforcement as you have. So thank you for that. Madam Speaker, I was, as my friend was speaking here about officers lost in the line of duty, I was just looking over some statistics, and on the webpage that is entitled Officer Down Memorial, they honor officers who are killed in the line of duty, and they have a listing of the total line of duty deaths so far this year. We're sadly at the number of 42. I did not realize this until I was just sitting here doing the research, but my state of Louisiana is in the lead by total deaths by state, as they're all listed. And we would just close this special order hour by saying that there really aren't words. We can come to the floor of the people's house here and we can share our thoughts and share our hearts, and we can pray for the families of those who are lost in the line of duty and all those who serve so bravely each day. But words really don't do justice to the level of risk that is taken by those who put on the badge every day and go out and do that hard job. We need more of them. They represent the best of America, and we know that. All of my House Republican colleagues honor those who have served. We honor their families for their sacrifices, and certainly those who have been lost in the line of duty. Madam Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Forgive me, Madam Speaker, as we get ourselves all set up here. It's the nature of when you never know when the other speakers are finishing. Madam Speaker, we're going to actually sort of walk through a couple things we did last week. We're going to do it again because I got the feeling no one was listening. We had a joint economic hearing today, which, you know, I'm blessed to be, we call it the vice chair. We rotate the chairmanship back and forth between the House and the Senate. And have you ever had these occasions where in the hearing, everyone knows the truth, but no one's allowed to actually say it out loud? And those of us who go and say it out loud sort of get fussed at. Well, as my father used to say to me, screw them. We're going to actually have something unique around here. We're going to tell the truth. First off, had my heart broken. If I have a Bloomberg reporter, this morning you broke my heart. I was listening to one of the newsreaders, and they go, well, the U.S. is going to default on maybe in the beginning of June. Okay, once again, someone go get your financial dictionary. Default is when you do not pay the interest on your bonds. 30% of our spending is borrowed. That basically means 70% we have receipts, income, tax revenues. We have plenty of cash to cover the interest on our bonds. Now, that doesn't mean there's not disharmony, unhappiness for that 30% that wants a check. But if I hear one more idiot around here, we're going to have a default. That's not the definition of default. Matter of fact, there used to be a Treasury Secretary under Lou, and he and I went around and around on this, and we finally came to an agreement that we would clean up our language. We'll call this would actually be default, not paying interest on your bonds. And we created this magic term called a technical default. That's when we don't send the check out to the worker for the agency, or that goes out late. But that isn't default. The financial markets care about U.S. sovereigns having their consistent cash flow because the fact of the matter is that is the basis of much of the world economy. We will never default, even if you pass the debt ceiling. Got to stop making things up around here. And I was going to bring in the charts of the cash flow and showing what happens in mid-June tax receipts and how that is a quarterly spike and may produce another 30 days and what other extraordinary measures have capacity. But I realized no one's actually listening to the facts anymore. So I thought we would try something else. If I get another person from the left who basically comes up and goes, we should have a clean debt ceiling. Really? Okay. Walk us through when you've controlled this body. Are you controlled the votes in the Senate? Is that what you asked for? Well, the fact of the matter, if we go back to 2017, when they didn't actually control the body, but they had enough votes to extort things in the Senate, they required about $15 billion of additional spending, and they still voted against it. But how about 2019? You remember Wayback Machine? 2019, way back, oh no, that was only a couple years ago. 2019, Speaker Pelosi, I won't give President Trump that increase on the debt ceiling without raising the spending caps and a cash spend. So the cash spend was $324 billion plus functionally another $300 billion on that by raising spending caps. That's a clean debt ceiling? Now understand, what the Democrats wanted was more spending. They always want more spending. And we're trying to bring some fiscal sanity. But come on. If there's any reporters out there, if there's anyone who wants to just sort of tell the basic story of how this place actually works, stop running around these hallways saying, are you supporting default? Come on. You know, you may be a hardcore leftist, but at least the public deserves some of the basic facts. Because we're in real trouble. We are in such real trouble. So let's actually walk through. Washington, D.C., Congress is almost incapable of adult thinking conversation. I used to joke here, no one owns a calculator. Daddy works, when I speak to my little girl, who I want to be a math major, Daddy works in a math-free zone. And she used to think that was funny until she started to realize it's probably true. But we're only willing to do hard things when there's a stressor. You've finished your budget appropriations, you're at the end of the year, you're trying to see, oh, we're just going to do a continuing resolution, which just means we can keep spending tomorrow what we spent yesterday, but you got to get a vote for that new authorization, or we're up against the debt ceiling. Remember, almost the only times this place has ever done something adult-like on policy in regards to spending debt deficits is when we've been up against debt limits. You know, I mean, how many times do we have to show these boards? How many of you remember Grand Rudman and then the next Grand Rudman and the Bush tax increases? Remember, those tax increases were part of a deal with the Democrats back, what was that? 91, 92, those. Oh, actually, 1990, I could just read read my board. But you look at these things when there was major policy sets. They came because of a stressor, and that stressor was the debt ceiling. Yet, maybe that's why the left is so terrified of an honest conversation here. We're borrowing, my latest calculation, if I go from the day President Biden was sworn in till now, my best calculation is we're borrowing about $51,000 a second during that time. $51,000 a second. And understand, in 9 years, we're borrowing over $90,000 a second. Do you understand the wheels are coming off? And for some reason, my brothers and sisters on the left don't want to have an honest conversation about it. I don't know if you get votes or that's how they find love, but when they hand out trillions of dollars and they say crazy things, well, the tax reform you all did in 2017, even though by the fourth quarter of the next year, tax receipts were higher than they were before tax reform. Yet, the bill they passed, their Orwellian name Inflation Reduction Act, you've seen the new scoring. They told the American people, oh, it'll be under $300 billion of handouts to green energy. Fine. Okay, lock that in. But instead, we now have, Goldman Sachs and others coming saying, no, looks like the number could be 1.2 trillion. Think about that. 1.2 trillion in direct sort of grants compared to tax reform in somewhat almost the same bracket of spending that was about growing the economy, bringing repatriation of businesses back, fastest movement of economic growth during that economic period, closing of income inequality, food insecurity, just completely different visions of the world. So one more time, why do some of us care so much about telegraphing to the markets? Remember, the world debt markets, we are borrowing so much money. That $51,000 a second, that adds up to what? Like $4.5 billion a day, every single day. We are consuming much of the borrowable, lendable capital from the entire world. We are chewing up so much of the world's capital that other parts of the world are slowing down because they don't have investment capital to build a new bridge or start a new business in other sides of the world. Do understand the scale of what the United States is doing. And if we do not telegraph to those debt markets that are choosing to collect capital from your retirement to people from all over the world, if we do not telegraph to them we're taking our debt seriously. You expect someone to go buy a 30-year U.S. bond at what? Today, that's what, about 3.869 or something like that. I was looking at one of the postings earlier. You're going to buy a U.S. bond under 4% and believe you're going to get value for 30 years when the debt explodes, because at the end of 30 years, U.S. sovereign debt is going to be close to $130 trillion. What will inflation be like when you've borrowed that much money? The only way we would survive is you got to inflate like crazy, wipe out the value of all your savings, wipe out the value of that bond. So, how many of you, let's go in the Wayback Machine, 2011, U.S. sovereign debt got a one-tick downgrade. Standard & Poor's came in and said, nope, you guys are AA+. I remember the Biden administration just being enraged. How dare you do this? And a bunch of the folks, liars, a number of the folks who wrote about it ran around saying, well, this is because of the debt ceiling. No, it wasn't. If anyone reads, now it's not just a letter, it's an entire report from Standard & Poor's, but some of the takeaways from it, because we did not provide a credible path that we were serious about taking on our debt. And the funny thing is, there's a paragraph in the report. Remember, this is 2011. The political brinkmanship of recent months highlights what we see as America's governance and policymakers become less stable. This is 2011. Do you think we're better off today? Do you think we're taking our debt more seriously today? Because do understand, I think at that time we were like $9.5 trillion of borrowing. Today we're 31. Are you telling me things are better today? This is Standard & Poor's report from 2011. They downgraded United States debt because we did not take our debt seriously. We did not take it seriously how we were going to manage it into the future. Here we are, a decade plus later, things are dramatically worse. We've now hit the inflection period of baby boomers moving into their benefit cycle, and we have no way to pay for it. We lie constantly because we are terrified to tell the truth. But I will argue, and this is, I just wish I could get more of my brothers and sisters around here to make this argument. It's not about the stressor of the debt ceiling. The ultimate stressor here is if we get downgraded. If the world starts to look askance at U.S. debt and saying, well, we want a premium for buying their bonds because they're not taking it seriously. They're going to have to set off a huge inflationary cycle to devalue their dollar, so in the future they're paying back that debt with devalued dollars. You don't think we're going to walk into a downgrade? And do understand the law. There's lots and lots and lots of laws around this country that this state pension system, this retirement system, if you get 2 downgrades out of the 4 big rating agencies, if you get 2 of them, they can't even buy U.S. sovereigns. This is 2011. Things are dramatically worse. You don't think we're getting looked at on how unserious we are about, and yet, once again, it's debt ceiling fights, stressors, however you want to politely phrase it, are the only time we've done something rational around here. You know, I don't know if I just need to buy the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg subscription or something for my brothers and sisters on the left to read what's going on and understand we are going to be punished unless we take this seriously. So let's go back to some of the very basics. Why do we care so much about the debt and what's going on? I've been using the same board, and I need to get an updated one. I just hate to spend the ink printing another one. Ignore 1965. I need you to look at, this is 2022. Take a look at this pie. Do you see right here the green? That's domestic spending. Do you see over here the blue? That's all of defense. Understand, in 9 years, if you came to me and said, David, I need you to balance the budget in the 10-year window. In 9 years, you can get rid of every dime of defense, every dime of discretionary. And let me define discretionary. Discretionary is functioning everything you think in government. It's the Park Service, it's the FBI, it's the White House, it's the Supreme Court, it's Congress. Yeah, maybe applaud for that. But all government is gone. The only thing that's left is what we call mandatory. It's the benefits. It's your Social Security, it's your Medicare, it's Medicaid, it's veterans benefits. 9 years, all government is gone, as you know it. You still have to borrow a couple $100 billion. And in that same year, the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. In that same year, seniors take a 25% cut to their Social Security check, and the immorality of this government, we just doubled senior poverty. But yet I had a president get behind that podium at the beginning of this year and basically say, promise you won't talk about Social Security and Medicare. He basically sentenced seniors in this country to doubling senior poverty. Because we're all running around here terrified to talk about it, yet it happens. Go look at the CBO report, which is now functionally 8.5 years, less than 9 years. Social Security Trust Fund is gone. This inflationary cycle kicks up and the COLA keeps as high as it is, it could be gone in 8 years. And at that moment, you double senior poverty. That's the immorality the left is handing us. And they walk around here and pretend like they care. Care by your actions, not by your words. That's almost a cultural difference we have between the right and the left. We want to be judged by what we do, not by our virtue signaling. Because you can't turn virtue signaling into policy. So let's actually walk through, and I did this chart. It's really hard to read, but I'll try to walk through. So okay, I do these floor speeches every week, and I know, I almost sound like an accountant on excessive caffeine. But at some point, the math always wins. So let's actually walk through some of the inbound we get. from people who will watch the video or talk about this. And there's one woman who over and over and over and over says, if we just didn't have your wages, we got rid of all the wages of Congress and your pension, we could balance the budget. And you read it and you wonder, is it just an insane bot or someone that's off their meds? But so we're going to walk through some of these brilliant suggestions we get. That would be, we put it on this chart. Get rid of all of the U.S. Congress and the Senate too, plus the pensions, plus the salaries, just it's gone. You basically covered 18 to 19 minutes of borrowing for an entire year. 18 to 19 minutes for borrowing. Okay, let's look at a couple of the other favorite hits. Let's just get rid of every dime of foreign aid. Every dime of foreign aid is about 17 days of borrowing, and that's in this last year. Understand, by the end of this decade, it's no longer 17 days, it's basically like 9 days because the debt is going up so much because it's mostly health, it's almost all healthcare is the growth of the debt. So last year, we got rid of every dime of foreign aid and we gotten rid of 17 days of borrowing. Now you may say, fine, if that's your policy, but you got rid of only 17 days of borrowing an entire year. Well, what if we just got rid of all the 2017 tax reform and pretended it didn't change all the growth effects and all the companies that moved their book of business back to us and their IP and all those things? This is one of the Democrats' favorite points. You should get rid of the 2017 tax reform. Okay, look here, it takes care of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days of borrowing. Getting rid of the entire 2017 tax reform got rid of 12 days of borrowing. That's what this brain trust around here right now proposes to the American people. You are lied to because we are terrified for you to understand how bad the math is. And this goes on and on. I mean, we could actually do a 50% income tax. Just start with 50% income tax, meaning if you're in California, we're basically with your state tax, if you're a higher income earner, you're in the 70s. Great. Love California. 50% income tax. Basically, it takes care of about 5.5 weeks of borrowing. 50% income tax. It shows you how absurd many of these suggestions are. One of my favorite ones is go to a 70% income tax for people that make $10 million or more. 70% income tax, $10 million more. It takes care of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of borrowing. Are you starting to get the point here? That the suggestions that keep being thrown out and people pretend this is real. They're not. They're not. The primary driver of our debt between today and 30 years from now. You're approaching almost $120 trillion of debt 30 years from now. 75% of that debt is the shortfall of Medicare. 25% is if we take Social Security and backfill it. It's demographics. We have, 67 million of us who are baby boomers. And every day we wait, it gets dramatically more difficult to fix. And I have an entire side here that cares so much more about winning the next election because we've lied to our voters for so long. If we get rid of waste and fraud and foreign aid, we'll be fine. Come on, look at the math. It's not that hard of math. Download the CBO reports. Download one of the Social Security actuary reports. They're not that hard to read. But stop making things up. And here's the primary driver, and I know this makes people upset when I show it, but it's the reality. And I want to make sure people understand this board. Percentage of people age 65 or over relative to the prime working age. So there's this whole body of economics that basically says, hey, people between 25 and 65, that's their prime working years. That's their productivity years, when they pay taxes, do family formation. And I've done presentations on the collapse of family formation, which is just making a mess of our future economics. But how many people are 65 and older as a ratio compared to those who are in their prime working age? And you got to understand, we're already basically here. We're already crossing over to 40% of the population. So 40% will be 65 and older compared to the number of population that's in the prime working age. That is the math. That population has earned benefits. We made a societal promise. We promised Medicare. We promised Social Security. Now we got to figure out how to pay for it. But understand, we're right here. We're 2023. We're right now 38. We're about in, looks like in 2028, just a couple years, we crossed 40%. And then as you start to get in, another 25 years, you're up to 46% of the population is 65 and older, and compared to how many you have in the prime working age. Now, this is a combination of baby boomers and the fact that fertility rates functionally started collapsing in the early 90s, and we didn't want to talk about it. So now I'm going to show the couple boards that enrage people. But yet the math has been vetted and vetted and vetted and vetted. So board one, this board now is already a couple years old. The new scoring, I'm just too cheap to print another board, it's not $116 trillion of borrowing, it's 128, so almost 130. 75% of the borrowing over the next 30 years, Medicare. 25% of the borrowing is if we backfill Social Security plus their interest costs. The rest of the budget is calculated to have a positive balance, meaning if we hold discretionary for that 30 years, basically in the formula that's already in law today, this is the law as it is today, just the shortfall in Medicare is somewhere between $80 to $90 trillion during that 30 years. And yet, I've had town halls where I go, how many of you would raise your hand if I would just give you back every dime you put into Social Security and the dimes you put into the Medicare trust fund? Would you take that? And a bunch of the people raised their hands. We should take that deal as a society because most people don't realize what the actual underlying math is. So this is for a couple. Social Security, you would have made so much more if you'd been allowed to put some of that money in the market. But let's be honest, AARP, the Democrats, others, back when George W. Bush proposed it, went to war, they crushed the idea. Now we're 20-some years later, and we look back and go, we were idiots for not actually doing it. Your life would be dramatically more secure. Your retirement would be dramatically more secure if you hadn't given it to the trolls who fought it. But the basic math on Social Security, this couple will have paid $625,000. That's the mean over a 40-plus quarter work life. You're going to get back $698,000. So what is that? $72,000 spiff you get. So you functionally get your money back from Social Security. It's not a great rate of return, but you get it back. But what people don't understand is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt is Medicare. That couple will have put in about $161,000 into Medicare taxes. The Medicare trust fund only pays 40% of the Medicare bills. The rest comes right out of the general fund. So you put in $161,000 in your work life. This is for the average couple. You get back $522,000, and this number has gone up dramatically because of medical inflation. We just haven't had the time to recalculate it. It's this differential right here is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. And I've done this in groups, and I get booed for the math. You get booed. And you're going, but it's a calculator, it's math. Are we that terrified of the truth? And understand, the wheels are coming off already. In the first 7 months of this fiscal year, entitlement spending is already up 11%. That's particularly driven because Medicare costs in the first 7 months of this year look like they've gone up about 16% because healthcare inflation really almost doubled the base inflation from this, from all the spending the Democrats did when they were in charge. But last month, receipts, revenues started to collapse. Capital gains taxes have crashed. So understand, when we did the calculations last month, 7 months into this fiscal year, our costs on entitlements are up 11%, and our receipts, our tax revenues are down 10%. That's why if you actually pull out the Treasury tables and read them and do the math and add them together, you are today about heading towards 1.7 trillion borrow, and assuming that the rest of the fiscal year is normalized. If it stays on the particular path, that number may be a few $1 trillion higher. I mean, you may be getting up to 1.9. God forbid if we're having a 2-year. Because the reason I'm talking about this is we are hitting numbers of borrowing we weren't supposed to hit for another decade and a half. There's this concept called fragility. Everything is fine and wonderful in life and our bonds, and everyone's willing to buy our debt until they're not. And that moment you have that failed bond auction, the moment you actually have this starting to happen where receipts are crashing and your costs are going up, and the rest of the world sees that and says, maybe we don't buy U.S. bonds this time. And the moment you hit that inflection, if U.S. rates for the next 25 years are 2 points higher than we had over the previous decade, at the end of that 25 years, every dime of tax receipts goes just to pay interest. You want to know what default looks like? That's what default looks like. It's not the clown show we're having around this place where people run around pretending their hair is on fire. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I know it's a little agitated, far too much caffeine. This is important. We need to understand the math. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. As usual, I thank my friend from Arizona for his dogged determination to try to shake this institution into not only recognizing, but, Lord willing, addressing the looming crisis or the already existing crisis that we are dealing with. He does so eloquently, intelligently, and without fail. Virtually every time I feel like I have a special order, I'm following the gentleman from Arizona who is making his case to the 14 people watching on C-SPAN. But man, those 14 people are loving it. But yeah, my voice is echoing like it often does in this chamber for a special order. But I'm here tonight because while I wish it was a full chamber, the fact is something that needs to be addressed that is shaping our public discourse is the extent to which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and in particular in the administration, are a little fast and loose with the facts. But maybe stated differently, the radical left, I'll call it, particularly in the administrative state, the bureaucrats, the organizations out there that are the engine of the left, have entrapped the American people with a laundry list of lies. As Thomas Jefferson once said, once a republic is corrupted, there is no possibility of remedying any of the growing evils but by removing the corruption and restoring its lost principles. And at the root of that corruption is when you're telling a constant barrage to the American people of things that simply are not true. It matters that we speak the truth. It matters that we deal with facts as objectively as possible. To quote Jefferson again, to seek truth wherever it may lead. I'm wanting to quote Jefferson as a graduate of the University of Virginia. Unfortunately, the University of Virginia is not the institution that it was founded to be in terms of seeking truth wherever it may lead. I hope it can one day be restored to that purpose. Take, for example, the World Health Organization. Stipulated by the radical left as being a trustworthy organization worthy of the United States giving well over $100 million in American taxpayer funding every year. Yet, the WHO, the World Health Organization, is an organization that wants to undermine free speech by calling on WHO members to, quote, tackle false, misleading, misinformation, or disinformation, which we saw on full display during COVID. It says gender, quote, exists on a continuum and is beyond non-binary. Declares that disrupting reproductive health services is, quote, disempowering and dangerous and calls for full access to abortions in every country. Has guidelines that highlight the importance of national programs establishing and providing gender-affirming care. The fact is, it is not an objective institution. It did, in fact, tell lies and falsehoods. In February of 2020, Senator Tom Cotton went on Fox News and raised the question that it might be possible COVID-19 leaked from a Wuhan lab. Remember that it was put out that the Wuhan lab leak is a racist conspiracy theory. Senator Cotton went on. The New York Times and Washington Post accused Senator Cotton of being a conspiracy theorist. PolitiFact labeled the idea of a lab leak as a, quote, debunked conspiracy theory. Facts, the Department of Energy and FBI currently conclude that the virus most likely came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology lab. But that was literally months of back and forth. How about the statement that the COVID vaccine is 100% safe? More than 11,000 claims of injury from the COVID-19 vaccine have been filed with the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program. 4 have already been paid out and 23 more are eligible. The CDC has an entire webpage dedicated to myocarditis and pericarditis. Pfizer's own website states myocarditis and pericarditis have occurred in some people who have received the vaccine, more commonly in adolescent males and adult males under 40 years of age than among females and older males. How about this one? Herd immunity means you want everyone to die. Dr. Fauci referred to herd immunity as letting it rip in an October 2020 interview with CNBC. The fact of the matter is, people started talking about herd immunity, started talking about the recognition of immunity that you get from having had the virus. Who knew? Except for every living human being with eyes and have the ability to discern how viruses actually work. How about this one? Masks work. You remember running around the floor of the House of Representatives under the orders of House leadership? You must wear a mask or you're going to be fined. You remember that? Half of us were hiding in the back, sneaking in to vote so we could avoid the tyrannical whims of the previous speaker, because you were getting fined if you didn't wear a mask. Well, Rachel Walensky on November 21st, quote, masks reduce the chance of COVID-19 by 80%. Everybody needs to wear masks. Our schools were masked. Our children were masked. They were put in the corners with masks. They lost the ability to speak clearly. Our younger kids have speech impediments. Fact, according to Tom Jefferson, who conducted one of the most comprehensive analyses of pandemic masking, quote, there is just no evidence that masks make any difference, full stop. How about gender? Men can compete in women's sports, and it's still fair. Leah Thomas, a biological male swimmer for the University of Pennsylvania, and let's be very clear, if you have eyes, Leah Thomas is in fact a dude. That's just simple, obvious truth. Everybody knows it. Literally everybody knows it to be true. Leah Thomas won a 2022 NCAA Division I championship in the 500-yard freestyle instead of a woman. Thomas soared from a mid-500s ranking, competing as male, to one of the top-ranked swimmers in women's competition. Transgender women are the same as biological women, we're told. Biological males have larger hearts, larger lungs, and a 12% higher hemoglobin, which helps transport oxygen in the blood. Grown biological males have approximately 36% greater muscle mass than grown females. Yet, transgender women are the same as biological women. We couldn't even get our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to fully defend Title IX in the Rules Committee a few weeks ago. Title IX was the holy grail. It was a holy grail of equal protection. Now, it doesn't fit the narrative because transgender men, Leah Thomas, is apparently able to compete against women like Riley Gaines, and that's perfectly fine. You just ignore your eyes. Don't you understand? They tell you it is so. Leah Thomas is a woman now, they say. Oh, really? Parental rights. Parents cannot be trusted with their children's education. President Biden said it. There is no such thing as someone else's child. No such thing as someone else's child. Our nation's children are all our children. Let me be perfectly clear. My children are my children. They are no one else's children. And be dang careful in trying to claim otherwise. Parents who speak up for their children are domestic terrorists. One alleged, quote, terrorist, end quote, cited by the National School Board Association was my friend Scott Smith from Loudoun County. He's a domestic terrorist, they say. How about border crisis lies? The southern border is secure and things are better than you all expected, says the President of the United States. Well, since Biden took office, we've seen 6 million encounters, the release of approximately 2 million migrants, 1.7 million gotaways. Then Title 42 was lifted last week. The president says it's much better than you all expected. Well, we still have 3,000 or 4,000 a day. We still have thousands of gotaways. We still have thousands of pounds of fentanyl. And oh, by the way, Texas Department of Public Safety is having to stand on the border with razor wire and not doing their job to secure the people in Texas because they're making up for an administration that lies. And my state is the one holding the bag. Tell that to the DPS agents, Mr. President. Get your happy rear end out of Japan and go to South Texas. It's better than you all expected. The President of the United States doesn't have the courage to go to South Texas. That's the simple truth. According to the New York Post, migrants are being released in the interior with court dates that are as far out as 2035. Yet the president and his mouthpiece at the White House are trying to tell the American people, using every channel of communication, that the border is secure. It's, quote, better than you all expected. I would note that thankfully states are coming to the aid of Texas, who are spending billions of dollars and putting our personnel in harm's way, undermining our own security to deal with the job that the federal government is supposed to do. And by the way, we passed H.R. 2 that would secure the border. We did our job as House Republicans. And I would say, just as a point for consideration at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, and frankly throughout this building, including this side of the aisle, why would I vote for anything at all? Debt ceiling, government funding, anything until we pass H.R. 2 and sign it into law. Why? Why would I do that? I might be able to be convinced, but you better bring me a really good bill. If you want me to ignore the need for us to pass H.R. 2, sign it into law. I don't care the Democrats control the Senate. I don't care that President Biden doesn't want to sign a bill. I care about my country. I care about my state. I care about the kids in my county dying from fentanyl. I care about the migrants dying in the false name of compassion. I care that the Secretary of Homeland Security looked me in the eye in the House Judiciary Committee and lied under oath that we had operational control of the border. That happened. The Secretary of Homeland Security also lied when he said, unapologetically, that Border Patrol agents who report to him whipped Haitian migrants on the Rio Grande. It's just simply not true, and he knew it wasn't true. He had a memo given to him that said it wasn't true. He has now acknowledged it's untrue. Has he apologized? Has he apologized to the Border Patrol agents? Has he apologized to Americans? Has he apologized to Congress? Of course not. And with all due respect to my colleagues in this chamber, what do we ever do about it? We haven't impeached him yet. Have we, my fellow Republicans? We have not impeached him yet. He should be impeached. Are we going to limit funding unless specific riders are included? Are we going to hold funding for the Homeland Security Department unless we pass H.R. 2, forcing them to actually do their job? Again, I want to reiterate that the Secretary of Homeland Security lied about Haitian migrants being whipped by Border Patrol agents and then blamed it on systemic racism. Over the last several weeks, as the Biden administration has been increasingly on its heels, unable to explain why they do not want to take up our very responsible legislation that would increase the debt ceiling about $1.5 trillion in exchange for actual fiscal reforms that would save $5 trillion over 10 years, $1 trillion in year one, would end the unfair student loan program that would pick winners and losers, that would favor someone who took out student loans and hasn't paid them off yet over the person who had student loans and paid them. It would favor the person who took out student loans and hadn't paid them off yet over the plumber who set up a business and never took out student loans. It would favor the person who took out student loans and hadn't paid them off yet by granting them the same benefit you get if you serve your country put yourself in harm's way, put your life on the line, get a GI Bill benefit, you're treated the same. Oh, you got your degree in gender studies from Brown and you're sitting in your parents' basement on your frickin' parents' insurance program at 26 years old while you're tweeting out leftist garbage, and you get the same benefit as the guy or gal who went overseas, sat in a foxhole, serving in the United States military. Oh, that's all the same. That's all fine. No problem. And you know what? The president is going to fight us on stopping the $550 billion that they've got set aside for student loan bailouts. I think that's unacceptable. I think we ought to shove it down their throats. I think we ought to go around the country messaging it. If the president of the United States wanted to play chicken with the economy and risk defaulting, it'll be on him. It'll be the president who defaults. The president is the one who will choose whether to default. Make the president own it. We've done our job. The American people are with us. They want fiscal reforms. They don't think we ought to spend money we don't have. They don't think $32 trillion of debt is acceptable. They don't think that we ought to pick winners and losers and pay off certain student loans versus others. They don't think we ought to expand the IRS $80 billion and hire 75 or 80,000 new employees at the IRS. They don't. They recognize that you're far greater likelihood of being audited if you're poor or a minority than if you're not, and they don't really think it's a good idea to expand the IRS. The American people don't want us to take money up to the tune of $1.2 trillion, according to Goldman Sachs, take those dollars, hand them off to corporations. 90% of the subsidies going to billion-dollar corporations. Elite, white liberals getting money from the government so they can go around and say how great they are, driving their Teslas, patting themselves on the back while they get enriched. Let me be very clear. They get enriched through government subsidies to then make power with wind and solar that can't actually sustain a grid. You can't even make this stuff up. We tell lie after lie after lie to the American people that somehow it is good to have, quote, green energy that literally doesn't work if you don't have gas or nuclear backing it up. Yet that's what we're going to do. Republicans passed in the debt ceiling bill measures that would reduce the so-called Inflation Reduction Act expansion of those subsidies so that we are no longer taking money from hardworking Americans, blue-collar workers, people out there trying to make it. We're either taking money from them, borrowing money or printing money, handing it off to rich, elite, white liberals who like to feel good about themselves for their corporate cronyism. It isn't capitalism. They're literally taking government money, getting rich for it. And if you're out there working hard and you're trying to get by, you're trying to put your kids in a private school so they actually can learn that this country is good, you can actually learn and talk about God, you can actually recognize, and I'm going to blow your minds here, that there is man and woman. Oh gosh, censor me. That there is in fact man and woman. So if you're out there a hardworking plumber, you and your husband or wife, whoever you are, you've got multiple jobs, you're working hard, you're trying to do right for your kids, you're driving a 15-year-old car, you're trying to get by, and these radical leftists come out and say, don't worry, we're going to subsidize Teslas. And you're like, oh goody, how much does that cost? Oh, that's it, $95,000. Oh great, I'll just go buy a $95,000 car. Well, how does that work? Well, you plug it in. Well, what does that do to my electricity bill? Like triples it. Oh, well, that's great. I'm sure that'll be affordable for me. And, what do? Like, if I need to drive from, Austin to Midland. Well, you want a prize. You get to go hang out in San Angelo for 2 hours while you charge your car. Who the hell wants to do that? Yet that's what we're going to do. And I listened to one of my colleagues sitting out on the steps earlier today. One of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Whole class. There's like 100 minds full of mush sitting there just ready to be informed by the genius of my colleague on the other side of the aisle, informing them about how great it was that we were passing all these laws that would stop the production of CO2. They're, oh my God, thank you. Oh, you're saving the world. It's a lie. It's literally a lie. And we all just sit around going along for the ride. We go, well, what bills can we get passed? I don't know. You tell me. What bill can we get passed? But we got kids out there being told by members of Congress that we're saving them because we're somehow limiting what cars their parents can drive to actually go achieve the American dream, which they're no longer able to achieve because we actually knock their knees out from under them. And then we say, oh, don't worry, the solution for your problem is a government program. We're going to just keep giving you more money. We're going to pay you not to work. Don't worry, we'll subsidize your, we'll pay for your schools. Oh, don't talk about choice. We're just going to pay for those public schools because how else are you going to indoctrinate the kids with the lies? That's what's happening. Oh, Chip, you're a conspiracy theorist. Am I? What did we learn during COVID? Parents started looking. They're like, hey, my kid's sitting over there and they're looking at this little class on an iPad or a laptop. You're like, wait, what are they teaching them? What did they say? Wait, that was wait, we're a racist country? Oh, you mean oil and gas? Well, that's evil? But I thought our country was built on oil and gas. Wait a minute, I thought China has 1,100 coal-fired plants, and they're building 2 a week, and yet we're just going to decimate our ability to have a functional grid so we can have brownouts while we pretend that, you can have power on a, windless, cloudy day. They're out there telling the kids, oh, don't worry, we'll have windmills and solar panels everywhere, but no nuclear power. But I thought you hated CO2. Oh, no, never mind. Don't talk about that. That's literally the kind of garbage we're talking about, just constant lies. If you eliminate every internal combustion engine, every single one of them in America, you dent CO2 by less than a percentage point. Yet, that's what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are telling Americans, particularly kids, we're doing this for you. Because if you do it for the children, everything's fine. If you do it for the animals and the children, the puppies, then everything's okay. We put legislation together to save $5 trillion over 10 years. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle going around saying, you're cutting the VA benefits. We didn't cut anything. Literally nothing. We simply put a cap in place that limits the total amount of spending to $1.471 trillion. Yes, that draconian amount of $1.471 trillion that we were operating on literally 5 months ago. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they run down to the floor and they say, you're cutting cops, you're cutting veterans. All lies. It's true, all lies. The fact is, the American people are sick of it. They are. The American people right now understand that the American dream, right now, the American dream is increasingly unattainable for them or their children. If you are measuring the ability to achieve the American dream by how many government dollars you're taking or what government programs you're on, or how much money your business is making because you're getting grants or subsidies or tax credits from a government that is $32 trillion in debt, and that even under the best circumstances, under our plans or the president's plans, we're still going to be about $50 trillion in debt in a decade. And we just act like it's not so. Like, seriously, I mean, just a note for everyone listening, all 14 of you. To my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we've been going around patting ourselves on the back because we passed a really strong debt ceiling bill that we should be proud of, and a really strong border security bill, H.R. 2, that we should be really proud of. I am proud of both of those bills. But now we have to fight for them. Don't blink. Stand together. You can't keep doing what we're doing, and you can't go home and campaign on irresponsible spending and balancing the budget when you won't actually do it. My friend from Arizona just walked through all of the mandatory spending problems. We're not even talking about that yet in what we're doing this year. We're just trying to hold the line on discretionary. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? I know everybody's holding on with bated breath for the conclusion.
The gentleman has slightly over a minute remaining.
Slightly over a minute. I'm sure I could do something genius with the last minute. Look, the fact of the matter is, this country is hanging on by a very thin thread, and we all know it. Our job in this body is to actually represent the people. It is, in fact, the people's house. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, where are you? MIA, offering no plans to deal with spending, offering no plans to deal with the border. To my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I'm glad we've passed a few bills, but they don't mean a thing unless we force the president and force the Senate to do something with them. And that gets hard. And it's our job. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.